I got to say, not to start the show off on a bad note here, but man, the Brotherhood of the National Football League, there's 16,500 so men that are alive that have played in the National Football League. There's been 29,000 of us that have ever played. And it is a tight-knit group. And it is something that we're very proud of. And when you hear a story like this, it's sad. I mean, the guy was just playing on Monday night, and he ended up, I believe, making a special teams play, and he ended up getting a touchdown for the Cowboys. And Marshawn Nealand has apparently died of a suicide. Now, I'm reading from sketchy reports here. This is the Frisco Police Department. And early this morning, I believe that they were in a traffic chase. And the driver allegedly, he refused to pull over, and Nealand didn't want to pull over. After losing visual of the vehicle, troopers located it minutes later, and it was crashed on southbound Dallas Parkway. And if you've ever been there, you know that that's a big stretch and it's open land there. And I guess Nealand fled on foot. And then hours later, 3 hours, they're saying, they ended up finding his body of an apparent suicide. Dallas Cowboys released a statement this morning early on this. And reports are still sketchy on how this thing has played out. So listen, all of us here love the National Football League. All of us love football. All of us love to hate the Cowboys. All of us love to go back and forth as fans. This is one of the reasons why we have the Battle Royale every Wednesday, is because it's fun. When you hear stories like this, okay, it just shows you, man, no matter if you're a pro football player, if you're folks like you are in your lives, and, we're all in this together here. And I'm talking about all of us. You could be a Dallas Cowboy. You could be a person that comes here every day. We all got struggles in our life. It shows you how human everybody is. Doesn't this remind you how human people are here? We're all fragile folks, no matter if you're a famous Dallas Cowboy player or if you're a person that gets up off their ass every day and goes to work. We all have our own issues. We all have our own struggles. Okay? We go back and forth and we have a ton of fun. By the way, this is not going to put us in a mood where we're going to be this way the entire show, because that's not going to happen. However, I think it just gives us a perspective on life. Make sure you hug the ones you love. Holidays are coming up. These are always some of the toughest times for folks. Depression's a real thing. We hear Jason Kelsey, we hear Lane Johnson talk about it all the time. And it's exactly what we say to you. Hey, football players are human too. We all have the same emotions that you guys do. And unfortunately, life may have hit one of the players and may have hit him to a point where he had no other choice out in his eyes. If you ever have issues like that, you should reach out to a help service for you, because I've always been a proponent of that. I struggle with depression at times. And I tell you guys, man, everybody's got their own issues. So rest in peace, brother. I hope this story turns out to be a little better than what we're reading right now for his loved ones and his family. This puts everything in perspective here as far as I'm concerned. All right. Do me a favor, guys. Please hit the like button. We appreciate you here. Mark Farzetta will join us, and that will be, and by the way, I am wearing the hat in honor of our brother today, part of the NFL alumni family. Once you're in the family, you're never out of the family. That's how you look at it here. So, Marshawn, I wear the hat for you today, brother. We're all in this bad puppy together here. Also fans too. Okay? Fans too. You guys are part of the family as well, and what makes the National Football League what it is, and what makes sports what it is. Sending love all around. Way to go, Jeff. Thank you, bro. Appreciate you, man. Yeah, it's like it's exactly, Kyle. Once you're in, you can't get out. Oh, no. Hey, D. Reddick. My wife thinks the story is suspect. And she's like, yeah, I want to know a little more. I'm with her. Okay, I'm with her. I want to know a little more, too. I mean, I'd like to, it seems a little fishy. And so I want a little more information on the story as well. Are you voting for Tony from Miami? For All-American? Potentially, yes, I am. Hey, Prince. Yeah. How about this, Prince? Watch this. Yeah, no. Okay. My wife says she don't believe one word of the report. So, I mean, I'm going to wait and see what comes out of this, because that's an awful fishy story going on. The guy blocks a punt, gets a touchdown on Monday, and he offs himself this morning? Ooh, because of what? A traffic ticket? Yeah, there better be a little more to it than what we're being reported on here. This is definitely more to the story. All right. I want to give you guys, and we're going to get into the Green Bay Packers here in a second. Also, we're going to talk about what to expect on Monday. Yeah, dude. I don't know. All right. Dude, I'm with you guys. The guy gets out of the car and runs? For what? Parking tickets? Now, not going to get ahead of the story here. I'm going to wait and see how this thing plays out here. I think we all should as well. So that's all I'm saying here. All right? I mean, dude, you're going to have to sell me that story, because I'm not sure. The 911 call indicates he might have been going through a mental situation. Hey, Emrace, that doesn't shock me. He lost his mom at 24, Silz. Dak has been helping him deal with his grief and mental. They called about his well-being and he was in possession of a firearm. His mother had passed away. So I didn't know his mom had passed away. And Dak has been dealing with him. Hey, dude, when you have mental health issues like that, yes. Jaelan had evaded police, lost them. Police found him later in a suicide, had some mental struggles since his mom has passed away. It's crazy. I hope his family finds peace and all that. That's a terrible story. The rest of it's fishy. There's the rest of the story. Fishy story for you looking for? Not looking for anything, guy. Looking for answers. Yeah, Doug Martin, that was sad. Mom passed. He's at that moment in the game than this. I know. Mental breakdown. Probably the swings and emotion. Be shocked how many people struggle with that. NFL was on the phone with dispatch during the hunt. He texts his teammates. Wow. He texts teammates goodbye. Yeah, no, bro, I'm not accusing anybody of anything. I'm just looking for answers. Guy gets out of the car. You want to know what it is. Okay? Fishy? Hey, okay. So now you're answering the questions. Nobody's asking or blaming anybody for anything here. The fuck did you think we were implying? Prince wasn't implying anything. Nobody was implying anything. As a volunteer fireman and a first responder, when a call comes out for a young individual about a wellness check, it's usually a mental health situation. Thank you very much, man. I appreciate that. I'll never understand this mentality. Life is full of highs and major lows. It's always going to get better. So this is what we're now understanding. He texts his players and his teammates goodbye. Can you imagine that? You talk about going through mental health issues. He's texting his teammates goodbye before he killed himself. I feel for anyone that gets to a place where they feel there's no tomorrow and no hope. Boy, does that hurt. That really does hurt. It's sad. It really is. I feel for him. Man. It doesn't for some people, though. You need to understand that if someone is truly in trouble, there's no rational thinking. Correct. Dak and Overshone are inconsolable at the Star in Frisco. It's fucking sad. This is not okay with you. Shouldn't sit here and condone it. You should be prayed for. In the same time, we should ridicule this behavior. I don't know you ridicule this behavior, dude. I'm not in his shoes. Silz, in your days, did players have problems with painkillers and addictions? Of course. You know, adding the painkillers to your already mental stage is never a good sign. Been there, man. Been a recovering addict. I see all the time in rooms, but life can get better. But yes, it's sad. I'll be praying for him and his family. I think every single one of us have been in a situation like this where things get so awful. You're at a point where you don't know what to do. You don't know who to turn to. Even when you're a football player, believe me when I tell you, even when you're a football player, that shit doesn't matter, man, when you're at no and you've got no hope. It's completely against my beliefs, so I can't comprehend it. I've personally been in some very dark places. We all will face horrible times in this life in one way or another. Correct. It is. Hey, Daz, not everybody is as strong as you. Daz, I got to a point. Here, let me give you. I'll give you. You guys want real talk? Okay, I'll give you real talk. Okay, guys, please do me a favor. Super chats go to the top. Please hit the like button. Got to stay on point here. So, as I got into my NFL rookie season, I realized things weren't going well. They just weren't going well. Mentally, physically, everything. It just wasn't going well. All the things that I had accomplished in my life, I just wasn't going well. I stood in the mirror many times saying, I wished I didn't play this game anymore. I started taking too many pain addicting pills. I was like hurt all the time. This is my rookie year. I didn't want to play anymore. I just didn't. I didn't want to play. I wanted it to go away. So you get, and listen, some people get in that spot. My wife, she'll bring this up to me. Hey, My rookie year, I didn't want to play anymore. Man, there's a headline that I've posted. Depressed Sileo walks out of practice. I quit the Bucks. Do you know why I was released? I was released because I quit. I quit. I quit. Here, I'll show you the headline. I quit. That's the truth. What happened? I quit. Here, let me show you the headline here. It was on the front cover of the newspapers. I didn't even walk to practice. I just quit. I don't want to do it anymore. I was on painkillers. I was hurt. Shit was going sideways. And I quit. Here. Depressed Sileo skips workouts. This was in the season. I quit. Quit. Front page of the Tampa Tribune. Did I think of killing myself? Not really. Too much of a coward for that. And but I didn't want to do it anymore. I quit. Call me a quitter. Yeah, hey. Guys want to call me a quitter? I did. Okay? So when a story like this happens, I feel for it. If you've never been clinically depressed, you have no clue what the people are going through. Absolutely. So I think a lot of it has to do with taking hits to the head. Maybe. Maybe over all the years. You did what you felt was right for you at the time in your life. I regret it, though. Isn't that a crazy headline? Me? My wife reminds me of that story all the time. Every time I right here, this headline. I imagine this. I got a headline in a newspaper. Depressed Sileo quits the Bucks. Did you guys think I was fired because of talent? I was fired because I just gave up. And I regret it. Everyone went through some part of depression. Not to be morbid, but when a player dies, do teams? Yes. There's a difference between clinically depressed and depression. Nobody could understand it. I don't think a lot of people back then in the NFL understood depression. I think the NFL still has an issue with it now. I think a lot of people still do. Hey, back in the 80s, when a player was depressed, they cut you and fired you. I don't want to be rude or anything. What happened to Jaelan, did he take his life because he was depressed or he was running from the cops? Generally don't. No. That's why we're saying here, hey, Khalid, that's why the story has to unfold yet. But when you're texting your teammates goodbye and you're telling Dak, I'm going to kill myself, and you're telling Overshown you're going to kill yourself, I think that's a little bit different. He texted Dak before he died, goodbye. Sometimes you have to do what you need to save your mental health and get back on track. Yeah, but I didn't know what that was. She goes, now I understand why you're so hard on players. Hard on players because I fucked up. My wife reminds me all the time, hey, hero, you did the same shit. And it's true. She hears me making comments and she'll comment and go like this. Yeah, well, what about when you quit? No shit. Guys, please hit the like button. Thank you. Man, Dak has been through so much already. Can't imagine what he's thinking receiving that text. Can you imagine? You're working with your teammate. Your teammate has a really good night against Arizona. He texts you this morning. He's saying goodbye because he's going to kill himself. And then he does it. I mean, I don't think you can get any more real than that. Silz is hard on Jordan Davis and Jalen Carter for a reason. Yeah, don't let great opportunities slip through your hands and be a numbnuts like me. Yeah. Remember something. When I talk to you about NFL stuff, I talk to you from a place of failure, not a place of success. Do you know how many people, would you heard Rich McKay? I should have been an all-pro. Shoulda, woulda, coulda. Hey, welcome to the reality of life. Shoulda, woulda, coulda. Feel for the kid and his family now. By the way, once you're in that place, there's no rescuing. Like I said, man, I mean, I showed you a headline of a newspaper back in 1988. And one of the reasons that the teams were a little suspect on me after that is because the Bucks told him the guy's a mental case. That's why I struggled getting back in the league. The Bucks were never going to cut me. They were never going to cut me. I quit. You guys know that, right? I just showed you it. That's the story. I didn't get cut because of performance. I hear you, bro. I was on scholarship for cross country and track and field. My addiction to alcoholism got me kicked off the team, so I understand. Depression and addiction goes hand in hand. 8 years clean. Congratulations to you, bro. It's a good thing, man. Good job there. Good. Hey, guys, just know this. I mean, I come from when I talk about these players, I talk about what could have been for me. And I see it through these guys. These guys have great opportunity. That's why when Jalen Carter does something fucking dumb, kid, don't be reckless or you'll be Jerome Brown. You've already been in a situation where a guy was killed in a car wreck. Let's not be dumb here with yourself. You know what I mean? I mean, that kid's got great opportunity for greatness in front of him. Don't let greatness fall to the wayside and you're in the Arena League or you're in the fucking Canada and you're playing in the Canadian League and getting Canadian scholar or contract offers. Who fucking wants that? I know I didn't. I live here in Dallas, and it's really somber here today. News hit everybody hard. Just a kid, bro. Yeah. I mean, absolutely. It hit. Listen, I text Stephen Jones just a couple minutes before we went on the air. They're in shambles in Dallas right now. Every single Cowboy is in shambles. The kid was loved in the locker room. They knew he struggled. And they were all taking, hey, just when, you guys, some of you guys thinks it's kissing cheerleaders and cashing fucking paychecks. That's not what it is. It's one of the most mentally disturbing jobs you can ever have. And listen, some of you guys are out there going, fuck that, Silz. I get up off my ass every day. I make 50 grand a year. I get it. You're not wrong. No crying. Absolutely right. Hey, hey, Dan, how am I supposed to feel sorry for something like that? I get up off my ass every day. I'm depressed too. Fuck that. I go to work. You're dead right. You're dead right, dude. Says I watched all the Green Bay games. I don't know. I'm on the boat with Xander and you. Green Bay might be popcorn muscle. I'm going to talk about that, by the way, about the Packers. And my topic, by the way, Prince, my takeaways on the Green Bay Packers. We're going to do that in a minute here. Yeah, is that the kid that was in the Kansas City locker room with Andy Reid and those guys? Is that the guy that did that? He did it in the parking lot, killed himself in the parking lot, or killed himself. I think he came out of the locker room, killed himself. He was the linebacker. As a father, man, that would be hard losing my wife and my son. Someone reached out to Neelan's dad because he's definitely going through it. Let me tell you something, man. If anything ever happened to my daughter, I'm not sure I'm doing my show tomorrow. And you know what? You could take that to the bank. Yo, Silz, I heard you quit because your breath was a weapon. That's the way to lighten it up, my friends. Right? God, please let in a... Hey, Bruce, good stuff. Okay. Can we please? Yes. Yes. I think that's the best. I think that is. Let's talk some football. Rest in peace, my friend. He's a Dallas Cowboy brother. Stephen Jones is destroyed. And Michael Irvin's destroyed. He texted me this morning. It reminds me of when Mark Tooney died. I got a call from everybody, Nate Newton and all them guys, that Tooney had passed away. Yeah, man. Or like when Junior Seau killed himself. That shit's rough, bro. We know all these. We know one another. There's only 1,500 guys play a year. You know that? Only 1,500 men play in football a year. And you think the league, about 105 years it's been around. I'm one of them. There's only 16,000 of us alive that have ever played pro football. When it's a tight-knit group. Whether you've played 20 years or 2 minutes. I mean, there's only 16,000 men in over a century of football. And you're looking at one of them. Not many guys like that have played in that game. So that's why AJ speaks up on mental health. Yes. So let's do this. Let's get into the Green Bay Packers. Okay? Slide out of this here. Rest in peace. I mean, we're going to find out more information if we know more. We'll get more info on it. But, no. I think that's the best remedy for the best, for your mental health here. Just said, let's talk football. Okay? Take a deep breath. And let's go to it here. Lane Johnson, yes, has the same problems. Absolutely, man. My heart goes out to the Cowboys. And like I said, we've already sent our condolences to the Cowboys. Just a couple minutes prior to going on the air, we got a nice text back from Steven. Hey, on that helmet up there, because I lost mine. Sills, once a Cowboy, always a Cowboy. So we'll get more information. All right. How many people are buying the Green Bay Packers? That's the opponent the Eagles have on Monday. How many people are buying it? What are they? 5-2-1 now? What's their record? Their record right now, standings. Green Bay Packers. By the way, with all the metrics, Packers have a hell of a record right now. 5-2-1. Their point differential is outstanding. Their opportunity to make the postseason at home, they're 3-1. They just got beat by Carolina. How many people are buying? Well, here, you see, they lost to Carolina. Carolina's not a bad team. You lost to the Broncos and you lost to the Giants. They lost to the let me say, and they tied, that counts. They tied the Cowboys and you guys beat them. But they lost to Carolina and the Browns. You lost to the Giants and the Broncos. Obviously, the Broncos are better than Carolina, in my opinion. Carolina's, and you lost to the Giants. The Giants are in the same room as the Browns. They both suck. The only difference is I think the Browns are better than the Giants. Why? They got a better defense. I don't know why you hate the Broncos. They aren't that bad of a team. I didn't say I hated them. I don't believe Bo Nix. I don't believe in Bo Nix. New York with Scatterboo is way better than the Browns. Browns get the number one defense in the NFL, bro. The Giants have none of that. They're nowhere even with Scatterboo in the room. Silz, why should anyone buy us until we prove it? Bottom third in total offense and total defense. I think because of who the teams you played. I think your resume speaks for your – look, I think you being able to kick the shit out of the Giants like you should have the first time around, I think speaks to what kind of team you should be. But get this, when I see the Giant loss and the Giant win, that tells me that you could be that team or that team. You're not consistent. You played inconsistent ball against a shitty team. Do you not agree? The loss of Jalen Carter should not have cost you that game. And to get killed like that and belt the ass by the Giants. And you guys go, why do you look at that game? Well, I'm looking at all the games. I just said, I like your resume. The New York Giants was a trap game? Fucking dumb. Silz, I understand it's half the season. You think the gap in the division is big? Yes. The NFC East? Yes, I do. Yes. Jordan Love shrinks when the game is on the line. I saw him beat the piss out of the Cowboys in a playoff game on the road. They caught us lacking. Championship teams don't get caught lacking. We have the same issue Green Bay does, inconsistency. I think that's true. AJ's bullshit cost us that game. And the lack of players in that game, maybe. That means nothing. Skills, can you please pull up the Green Bay schedule? Yeah, as a matter of fact, I can. Yes, let's do that. I don't really think that it's that impressive, except for the Lions win. Okay? Except for the Lions win, in my opinion. And so here's Green Bay. Prince, did you? Yeah. The Detroit win is great. The Washington win is great. Here's why. It's early in the season. Jaden Daniels was playing. The Cowboy tie is terrible. The Arizona win is good. I think Arizona's a good team. The Pittsburgh win is good. The loss to Carolina, listen, Carolina's a good team. That's a good football team. They've improved. If you remember right in the preseason, I said that was going to be one of the more improved football teams this year, was going to be the Carolina Panthers. So, I mean, the Detroit game, that was a big win, 27-13. That Washington win, I do think, was really good. The Cleveland win, let me say again, Cleveland's defense, they ended up getting beat 13-10 in that. And I think what they did in that football game was they did exactly what Carolina did You know what Carolina did? Carolina ran at Michael Parsons. They ran at Parsons. One thing I know about Philly, they always play good against playoff teams in the regular season. That would be a fact. Let me tell you something. The one thing that I've been impressed with Philly over the last 4 years, they don't traditionally lose to a shitty team like they did a couple years back with the Jets. The Jets and the Giants, and that meltdown in 23, there were a bunch of shitty teams on the back end of that, You always hype up Todd Bowles, okay? But it doesn't matter. Nick is 10-0 versus the North. How does that fucking play a factor in Sunday? You said the North. You didn't say a particular coach or style. How does you hype up Nick Bowles have anything to do with the NFC North? As zero. Todd Bowles has a great formula for winning against and bringing pressure against Hurts. If you told me about the NFC South, that's one thing, jackass. Okay? If you said the NFC South gives that Nick is great against the South and Nick owns what the fuck does that have to do with a Sunday game against Todd Bowles? Nothing. Well, we're good against the entire division. What does that mean against a coach like Todd Bowles, who's had great success against the Eagles and one of the only teams that takes them out? Fucking dumb. Stay on the lane, guy. Do you think the Eagles run 13 personnel a lot against Green Bay? I don't know how much you want to be in. I don't know how much you want to be throwing the ball against that team. To me, I think you got to do what Carolina and what Cleveland did. I think you got to run the ball at them. I give Silz shit, but come on, make it make sense. Right. I mean, dude, don't talk to me about the North. If you were going to tell me he has great success against Matt LaFleur, okay. Got to treat dummies accordingly. Bro, Todd Bowles does have success against the Eagles. He does. As a matter of fact, he's probably the only coach in the Nick Sirianni era that has had success against the Eagles. So when I see Green Bay's defense, I think they're interior suspect. Also, their cornerbacks and run at Parsons. Here, let me give you my takeaway on Green Bay. So what I think of them. I think you could run at them. And I agree with you, Kyle. I think they can run at this football team. And I think those numbers of them being in the top 5 in rush defense, I don't think they've really, let's look at this. Hey, Prince, you tell me, can Detroit run the ball? Yes. That's a great win, that Detroit win for Green Bay. That's their signature win. Can Washington run the ball? No. Can Cleveland run the ball? Yes. Can Dallas? Yes. That's why they tied. Can Cincinnati? No. Can Arizona? No. Can Pittsburgh? No. Can Carolina? Yes. Every single team that's given them a problem this year has been able to run the ball against them. Every single team that they've played this year that can run the football, they've struggled against. I think in this game on Monday, for me, the Green Bay Packer takeaway is I would run the football right down their throats. If Jalen Hurts has a lot of passing attempts, they're losing. If they have a lot of rushing attempts, they blow Green Bay out. I'm not saying you can't win throwing the ball if you get any kind of movement and you can run the ball for about 100. I'm not saying that. I'm telling you, if you can run the football at this football team, in my opinion, I think you're going to run them off the field in Lambeau. Okay? I think you run them off the field. Because every single team, am I right, Prince, when I say this? He's right. Watch the tape. They can't handle the run. That win that they got against Detroit, let's take a look at the box score in that too, to tell us a little more about that game. Because if you look at the game and you look how that thing played out, I think they tried throwing the football a lot in that football game. And when you go down the line there and you look at what they did in that game, they tried to run the football, but they couldn't, because in that game, the Green Bay Packers did a nice job at being able to stop the run. Here's the box score in that game. Okay. Look at this. They had 46 yards rushing in that game. 46 yards Detroit had in that game. They had 46 yards rushing. That's why the Green Bay Packers won that game. They didn't run the ball. You run the ball at Green Bay, you beat them. Look at their, like I said, anybody who has run the ball at them. Let's take a look at this. And again, this is my takeaway on Green Bay. So they win that football game against the Lions, right? They ran that. They just did not run the football. And they were just not able to really have anything in that running attack there, and they were able to really do a great job in that game. And here against the Commanders, check it out. They win this football game here too, team-wise. And here's what Washington did. Washington had 51 yards rushing. They had 135 yards rushing, Green Bay. They couldn't run a ball. And they didn't have a running attack. We got two backs that can run it good, though. So to me, in this football game, offensively, 38 carries, run the football at them. I don't believe they can handle the pressure. I think you're going to see AJ and Devontae open later in the ball game, and you're going to be able to make plus 25 plays. Theoretically, if you look at it, Carolina gave you the blueprint. Look at what Carolina did in this game. Go down the line here and look at I think Carolina had 160 yards rushing in that ball game. Right? I think they had like 160 yards rushing in the game or something like that, right? So let me see here. Let me go down here. So let me go down here to, let's see here. Yeah, I mean, they ran the football out of, and they went for like 160 yards in that ball game. There is no reason, I agree, for you not to be north of 150 yards rushing in this game come Monday night. But again, this is going to come down to Kevin Patullo being patient. Remember something. Here's what's going to happen. You guys will agree with me on this. Jalen Hurts has 120 yards passing. The optics are going to look shitty. But if you have 185 yards rushing or 200 yards rushing, I'm going to make a point to you. I got a topic down here. If Jalen Hurts' passing numbers come down, you're going to win a lot of football games. If his passing numbers go up, you're going to be up and down the rest of the season. Your rest of the season is all predicated on you improving third down on both sides of the ball. If you do the autopsy or if you're critical of the Eagles' first half, you've been brutal on third down. And this is why it looks helter-skelter a little. You're here, you're there, no consistency. You are a lot like Green Bay. The problems with the Eagles. Hey, Kyle, do me a favor. What was And how good were the Eagles? Can I get that number? Let me see if I can pull that number up. I wonder if I could pull that number up. I wonder what the number is on the 2024 Philadelphia Eagles on third down. Let me see if I can pull that up and what you guys were on 2024. Okay, your 2024, your third down, total defense, you were number one. On third down a year ago, third down defense, the Eagles were third in the league. You're 27th. How about offense? Let's take a look at this on offense. Okay. Offensively, the Eagles were 8th total. Okay. Right now, you're 20-something, 18th, I think. And on third down, the Eagles were 10th. You're 27th in both now. There is the difference in the team. Are you sold on Tank Bigsby? He looked legit. Let's get 2 more games. Okay? The Eagles can improve third down deficiencies by going more under center on first and second down. I think being under center on first and second down is put you in a better situation on being in third and short. See this right here? This guy still, he doesn't, folks, he still doesn't get it. Stats are how you build a game plan. He still doesn't get that analytics are stats. His entire football organization relies on analytics. Those are stats, guys. He fucking doesn't get it. Those are trends. That's how you build a game plan. You don't just build a game plan. How do you think you build a game plan, guy? He did, here, see this? But he's a common fan that doesn't understand. That's how you build a game plan. It's off the analytic numbers. This is correct too. It's a week-to-week league. Few good weeks? Absolutely, Hurts. Got some great takes today. There's no spinning anything. Spinning what? What Hurts just said is exactly right. This guy calls it spin. Hurts calls it couple good performances will change those trends. This guy says it's spin. Dude, it's not spin. It's player performance. This guy, it's spin if a team plays better the next 3 weeks. That's spin? Sure, guy. Go back to watching Madden because this show is way over your rails. You'll never get it. You guys are missing a point. You have to attack. Bro, Prince, this is exactly what Bill Belichick will tell you. You don't attack players. You attack weaknesses. That is exactly correct. That is a great football take. Seals, you know the Eagles only have 8 passing touchdowns on their defense this season. What's your take? Spectacular. Spectacular. It kind of clouds that tells you this, that a lot of teams aren't getting explosion plays and a lot of teams are doing well 20-20. Hey, Lo, tell me this. What's their red zone defense? When I see this and you give me that number, okay, let me know what their red zone is. What do you think their red zone is? Bro, I'm not even going to read this. You don't know what you're talking about. You have no idea. You're dumb. Bro, really, you have no idea. Your football IQ is limited. Okay? I'm playing that as I listen to those red idiots in here right? Guy, you need to sit back and listen, son, because you have the mentality of a 2-year-old. Sills, it's obvious to me Campbell will get less snaps now that Phillips, if you were the D coordinator, what would you do? I'm going to make sure that I get him snaps. I've got to. He's not a liability. Okay? He's just not. All right? So said, dude's not qualified to get his comment read. Yes, that's right. He's not qualified for me to. Hey, Flex, I could barely read as it is. I'm not going to waste my time on an idiot. If the O-line can move guys against their will, we'll be fine. But if they don't, it'll be a dogfight all day. Correct. I mean it, man. It's not even worth me fumbling through his just to read some nonsense. Well, stats are trends, you dummy. Fucking. Well, you don't build a game plan like that. According to him, you go on Madden just like Woody Johnson would, and you build it off his Madden fucking rating. You don't build it off of what they do. Completely awesome. Hey, man, that's how I do it. I'm sure you do. I build it off of Madden. I don't build it off of trends. The fuck we doing here? Sileo's stupid. He don't know what he's talking about. No, so when I get my game plan book on Wednesdays, like today, the players got their trends. Stats, according to Spit. You got your book. You know what it's filled with? Stats. Hey, Spit, it's filled with stats. Eagle D's 7th. And that's what that tells me about those touchdowns. Hey, Spit, it's filled with stats. Or what do you think it's filled with? Nudies? Like naked ladies? Well, what do you think it's filled with? What do you think a game plan is actually filled with? When you get a game plan on Wednesday, is Leon in here? Pictures of joy? What do you think is in your game plan? Stats. Fucking dope. Hey, man. Hey, I'm not trading for Judy. His Madden rating. Spit and the guy with the Jets. They'd be perfect for one another. Sitting around playing Madden. I'm not trading for him. That guy's got no numbers. Stats. Stats. The Packers are considered to have a solid run defense. I think those numbers are, hey, I'm not ripping you here. Okay. But have the tanks to hold up all game. We need Saquon to go. And yes. Okay. Hey, M. Reyes, do you remember last year against, what was it, the Ravens? Right? And they had really great numbers against the run. And the Eagles got in that ball game. They were able to run the ball on them. Seriously, that's when I said they're going to win the Super Bowl. They got a shot to. Bro, triggered. Yeah, that's it. 40 years of broadcasting. Spit triggered me. No, dude, I'm using you for content. Using you. You know, like a hooker on a corner? That's what I'm doing with you. Triggered? No. Your content. Imbecile content. You know, there's a hooker chasing over here. Got $5. Or to Leon, $1.99. That's you. Triggered? No. You're being used. Pause. Ooh. Dude, my eyes, right now you're being used like a hooker. They don't even let Leon near the microwave on Thanksgiving. Damn, Leon. I got to tell you, dog. I don't know, man. You scare Joy away. She don't want to come on the program until you settle down. You know, I don't know. She's a little nervous now. She goes, I got a guy in here who drives a Kia. Nothing wrong with it. And he gives, oh, whoa, wait. Okay. $5. Hit the like button. Did you hear the rumor that the Jets trading all 5 first-round picks for Joe Burrow next offseason? I saw it today. Thoughts? Anything out of the Jets? Okay, I believe it. I'm going to trade the next 10 years first-round picks. Okay? I'm going to trade the next first-round picks for the next 10 years to the Bengals for Joe Burrow. I would believe anything. Why would you not want to trade for Joe Willie Namath Burrow? Because it would go down the line of a quarterback always being hurt. Okay. No, he shouldn't. No, wait. To the Jets? Yeah. Should he get out of Cincinnati? Yeah. I think he should go to Tampa. Leon's a good soldier. I love Leon. I'll take the trolling. Absolutely. He knows flexing. You kidding me? I love this guy. Oh, my God. He's actually got a decent take. Look at Spit. Even an imbecile could say something twice a day. He's like the fucked up clock. It's right twice a day. Even a stop clock's twice. It's right twice a day. Hey, that clock's not working, but it's right twice a day. There you go, Spit. You know what I'm talking about. I almost said someone's name, but I'm not going to. Great talent, bad old line, get him hurt. Hey, he's in a bad situation, man, to say the least. Only the strong survive in the Thunderdome. Yeah, Jimmy Johnson is going to be the next head coach of the Jets. Yeah, it's about the same, I think. Okay? Calling another man Spit is crazy. Spit. How you doing, Spit? He's the fucking dumbest guy in here. Stats. Okay, well, the book they got today is filled with stats. Here's Leon. Don't get crazy, Leon. I mean, you put $5 into Kitty, and we appreciate it here. Thank you very much, by the way. Okay, you put $5 in. You upgraded from $1.99, so maybe it's not a Kia. Maybe it's more like a Prius now. And if you're going to pick Joy up in a Prius, I'm sure she'd be all right with that too. It's all right. Oh, come on, man. So here's my Green Bay take. By the way, do me a favor. Please hit the like button, guys. You run the ball at them, you're going to beat the doors off them. I don't think they can handle the run. Every single team that has beaten them ran the ball. Let me double check that. I want to take a look at week 2 here. When they played the Browns. Let me see what they did in that game against the Browns in that ball game here. Let me see this here. What happened in that game against the Browns? Was that week 3? That was week 3, I believe it was, right? Week 3. Let's go here, week 3 here. Here it is, right here. Let's see what they did running the ball. Did the Browns run the ball well in this game? The Browns ran the ball in this ball game for 100 yards. That was enough. They won the rushing game in that game. Any team that runs the ball and beats them in the run game, Green Bay can't handle the run. I don't care what their numbers say, and I know they're good. Here, let's look at this. And here, I'll go over their numbers right now. Offense. Let me do it defensively. I think their trends don't tell the truth. So, offensively, Packers are 8th in total offense. That's because they throw the ball well. They do throw the ball well. Passing, they're 8th, about 250 a game. I believe that sounds right. Jordan Love, Matt LaFleur. Rushing, here's where I think they get killed. They're 16th in the middle league. That's not terrible, especially for a spread offense like that. But here's their situational football. 11th in scoring, really good. They're right about the same area of the Eagles. Red zone, getting inside the red zone. That's not bad. 11th. Eagles are 1, by the way. Third down, they're second. That's pretty freaking good. However, you're second and third down, and you got beat by Carolina, and you got beat up by Carolina, and you're second and third down. What fucking happened in that game? Carolina ran the ball on you. That's what happened. The only players I'm not attacking on Green Bay's defense is the safety and Gary. The rest, I'm scratching my head at. Dude, I'm running right at Michael. Hey, get this. It's a great call. Gary, in my opinion, is the more complete player. Parsons is the more spectacular player in rushing the passer and his effort level. Do you notice? Every time he gets to the quarterback, he's usually on the free side end. He's not facing the tight end tackle. He's in the open end. They move him to the weak side and to the weak side of the offense the majority of the time, and he's got great athleticism. He's a spectacular talent. He's a great tackler, and he's great in pursuit. All of that is true. But if you run at him, he's not very good. And if you put him on the strong side of an offense, that's why, get this. Maybe if somebody has 2 tight end set, I'll tell you what I'd do to both Gary and to Parsons in this game. I'd run 2 tight end set on them, because then you're running the ball at both those ends. I don't think they're particularly great up the middle. I think you can run right on the edge with the stretch plays. Listen, who do you like? Okay, ask yourself this in this game on Monday. Who has the advantage? Gary, Parsons, or Mulata and Lane? Who do you think has the advantage in that? Who would have the advantage in that? Jordan Mulata, Lane Johnson, Rashad Gary, and Michael Parsons? Or do you think that's a push? And the game will be determined in the middle, which I don't really think you guys have been great at. Okay? I mean, that's the game. They're too spectacular. Yeah, but here, listen, Lane traditionally does have a great game on him. But what you didn't have in Dallas was a guy on the other side. Gary is better than anything Dallas has had in Michael Parsons' time in Dallas. It's an upgrade for him. And Gary has benefited from Parsons being on the team. Jordan Mulata has struggled this year a little bit against some pretty good pass rushers. And I do think that Green Bay's better than Dallas, definitely on defense. They're way better. So he's better, and he's got better personnel around him, and he's got better people behind him. Okay? I think that's a pretty good matchup to keep an eye on. Calcaterra cannot fucking block for, I don't want to hear his name. Calcaterra in a game like this would get dish-ragged. I mean, that guy's soft as tissue in the run game. Calcaterra? Seriously, guy. I mean, I'm not interested in that guy being in a man's game when it comes to running the football and playing meat football where you got to like knock the guy off the football. That's not the guy I think of when I think of big boy football. Okay, he's a possession guy. He is a finesse player. He's not a meat and potatoes guy. Guy can't fucking block to save his life. Okay, so, I mean, the game on Monday night could come down between Mulata and Lane, Rashad Gary, and Parsons. That's a really good matchup. The game's going to be in the middle. How well does the interior of the Eagles push the interior of the Packers off the football? There's your game. They got a pretty good back, but he's not Barkley. Okay? That's the game Monday night. The game Monday night is going to be predicated on that matchup. Now, for the Packers on offense against the Eagles defense, I think they have a passing game that's going to be trouble for Philadelphia unless you can get to the ball. So I wrote this down. How many times do you think you're going to be in base defense on Monday night? 25% of the time? About 25%? Most of the time with that team that I gave you the numbers on, most of the time Green Bay is going to be in what? They're going to have you in nickel. So, for me, I think this is a Campbell game. I play Campbell in this game. And I play him at off backer. I'm not saying that Nakobe shouldn't get on the field, because I do think that Green Bay is going to try to run the ball because of the lack of and the loss of Tucker Kraft. They've got to. Green Bay does not want to be in what? Third and long. If they're in third and long, Vic has this game in his palm. Don't let Vic have third and long. Can't let him have it. So what would I do? Okay. I wrote down the rotation for the edge guys. I'm using this. Phillips, Jelix Hunt, and Nolan Smith. That's my three-man rotation. Might drop Uche in there. I mean, if you want to get some fan waving reps to Brandon Graham, maybe on first and second down, put him in base. But for me, I want to play Phillips, Hunt, and Nolan Smith to get after the quarterback. Because if you can't get pressure on Jordan Love in Green Bay on Monday night, they're going to throw the ball around. They're going to make it a fourth quarter football game. It'll be a close game. But if you can get pressure on him, that is going to help the secondary out. Bro, they already know. Get this. I don't need a pre-snap read. I already know I'm going after Keely Ringo or who was ever over there. Jair Alexander, I pray you put that guy there. He's cooked, dude. Now, let's see him in a zone. Let's see what he does. I don't think he – dude, I think Kid Carter is a better option to play over there than Jair Alexander. Okay? I do. I think the kid – look, Carter's going to give you more than Alexander. Alexander has a name. Okay? I think Michael Carter's going to be able to give you more versatility on being able to play him in the slot and put him over at corner. I think Jair Alexander, we're all falling in love with the name. Listen, I got to tell you, I fell in line with it too. I thought when the Ravens got him, I thought that was a really great hire. I did. And then when you looked at his work this year, he's been terrible. And then when you listen to Wayne Larrivee, by the way, I heard John McMullen say something about him being on the Pro Bowl team in 22. That's a familiarity vote. That's what that is. I mean, the year you're not supposed to make it, you make it. The year you're supposed to make it, you don't make it. I know how Pro Bowl voting works and how that shit works. So, I mean, you look at Aaron Donald. Aaron Donald made the Pro Bowl his final year. He should never have been on that team. But that was because his last name. The name recognition, like you guys. Look at you guys falling over yourselves on Jair Alexander. You think he's a great player. Well, he's not anymore. If he didn't have the name on the back of the jersey, get this. If Jair Alexander didn't have the name on the back of the jersey, he wouldn't be an Eagle. If it's based off his play, dude, Adoree Jackson and him are the same player. So when you want to cut Adoree is a better player. He's got better grades. Ringo is better. Actually, I think Ringo showing signs of getting better. Kind of what we thought. By the end of the year, he may be playing better ball. Hey, just because you're familiar with a guy doesn't mean you're going to play well. Hey, I know the guy, and when he was in Green Bay, and he's a really good coach, and we're boys and all. Bro, that doesn't mean shit if you can't play. I don't care if you know him or not. What's that got to do? Are you familiar with? Hey, he's familiar with the coaching style. Phenomenal. Can he play? No. All right. Well, great knowing you. Not falling in any Ringo trap. I never said he was great. I think he's getting better. Did you not hear me say that? I think the guy's showing signs of getting better. That's a fair assessment, dude. Nobody said he's all pro. You're taking me saying he's getting better into saying that he's a good player right now. I didn't say that. I look at him as depth. Maybe so. Silz was saying how he should have signed Alexander. I did. Okay, wait a minute. Get this, guys. Get this. Everything he's saying is true. The player sucked. I just got through fucking saying this. This guy's like a fucking parrot. I just said this. I thought it was a good sign until you started looking. The guy stunk. And then you listen to Wayne Larrivee talking, you understand why. Thanks, senor. I just fucking said it 4 minutes ago. Stupid take as usual. Only 2 game size. Dude, he's been... If you think that guy's good, you're high. You're fucking high. Silz, none of the Packer wide receivers scare me. I think he's a good play caller. Matt LaFleur. I think he puts those guys in good positions. I do. 1 year can change a huge difference. Remember Bradbury? Great take. Get this. Hey, Sen. Senor just posted something fucking ignorant. And then, that's right. Bradbury's all pro 1 year. The next year, everyone wants him fired. Is that flip-flopping? Then all of you flip-flopped on Bradbury. Am I right? Get this. Everybody loved the signing. Everybody loved the signing when they got that 3-year contract extension on James Bradbury. Came back the next year, he sucked. I guess how he flip-flopped. All right? Your own general manager. The stupidest comments of all time are when people think that players, what you see in 2022, it's the same take in 2025. Nothing is the same. You think Zach Bonds played the same football that he did a year ago? Okay? Okay? Do you? Senor, whatever, dude. Sure. God, you're right. Senor's right, I guess. Okay. I wanted strawberry, but whatever. Well, nobody expected his skills to fall off the cliff. So you flip-flopped, according to Senor. Right? You didn't. There's no such thing as flip-flopping on a player's production. He's either good or he's not. You use last year as a reference all the time, Silz, because that's how players are signed. You want to sign Jalen Carter to what he did a year ago, don't you? Keith? Aren't you basing your signing of Jalen Carter based off last year? It ain't this year. Am I right? He's done nothing to receive a $35 to $40 million contract extension. Nothing. Zero. You want to give him that contract based off last year, don't you? Do you? How about this one here? Let's go here with Senor. You guys were telling me in the offseason that Reed Blankenship was going to get $15 million. You want to pay him now? Or are you flip-flopping? How many people in here flip-flop told me? I kept asking, where's the contract? Oh, it's coming. Senor is one of them. Where's the contract? Oh, it's coming. Okay. It'll probably be before the start of camp. Okay. Get this. That's a fucking lie. I ask the question every day. He must be new because I ask that question every day in the offseason. Where's the Reed Blankenship's contract? Go back and listen. Get this. No one said he's getting. I heard John McMullen say that the contract was coming. Everybody said it too. Wow. Flip-floppers. I asked Kyle, did I ask not every single day, where's the Reed Blankenship contract? You guys told me it was coming. So what happened to him? He was great a year ago with Gardner Johnson playing next to him. What happened to him? According to you guys, he's one of the best safeties in the preseason. You kept telling me the entire preseason that this guy was one of the best safeties in the league. What happened to him? What happened? Did he flip-flop? No such thing as flip-flopping. Player production, players lining up next to players. Hey, Jalen Carter helped Milton Williams. Milton Williams helped Jalen Carter. You guys didn't want to hear that. Jalen Carter is not the player he was a year ago. He's got lesser talent around him. Now, maybe Jaelan Phillips will bring better results for Carter. We saw that play out Monday night when Josh Sweat had what? Okay? When he had Walter Nolan next to him. I mean, Josh Sweat was all over the field. He looked like he was playing in the Super Bowl again. He's had a pretty good year anyway. Look at this number here. Reed Blankenship is grading out 86th of what is it? Of 90 safeties, and you guys wanted to give him $12 million. I was like, that guy's so replaceable. It's disgusting. I knew it from the beginning. He's a dude. Let Reed walk and trade for Fitzpatrick in the offseason. I tell you this. I know you don't want to hear it. I told you he's a dude. And that he's replaceable. Paying that guy. I mean, or hey, here, what else here? I got something else. What happened to Sidney Brown? Where the hell is he in this? Is he still on the team? Holy cow. At least Keely Ringo's getting reps. At least he's playing. I mean, Sidney Brown on your football team, the only reason that guy's on your team is because Howie wasted a third rounder on that guy. They wasted a third pick on him. It's a total F. Great take, Silz. Phillips definitely will. Absolutely. Jaelan Phillips, I'm going to give you, hey, let me tell you what that guy's going to bring. Energy, tenacity, every single thing you like in a football player. Like, he's a bigger version, I said it the other day, of Nolan Smith. When healthy. He can freaking play. It will help Jalen Carter immensely. They did a disservice this year to Jalen Carter by not putting good quality people around him. I'm not talking about Davis. I'm talking about on the other side of him. And putting edge rushers that were not good in setting the edge. Dude, Moro Ajomo has been by far the best defensive lineman you've had this year and the most consistent defensive lineman. He's been by far your most consistent. That's not good for Carter. Okay, Carter has been hurt. We saw it. Okay, he's been hurt and stupid and fat. Great. Okay. I know you don't want to hear that, but that's this 2025 story. Here's the Jalen Carter story so far in 8 games. He's been stupid, fat, spotty, and hurt. Okay? Facts. It's wait and see. I'm hopeful Vic can find something with you here. Okay, that's fair. It's not costing you anything. She says, have you seen Phillips' numbers when he's lined up in front of a guard? It's insane. Listen, I think he's going to bring a lot to your football team. Correct. He's been the best defensive tackle on your football team. By the way, hey, Marina, how do you feel about this? He's been the best football player on your D-line. He's a 7th-round pick versus the 13th and 9th pick. How you feeling about that? How do you feel about that? A guy who was taken in the 7th round is playing better than the guy who was the 9th pick and the 13th pick. I don't know. Not quite what I'm looking for from Howie. Like, Carter has seriously underperformed this year. Yeah, based off of, listen, and Pat, you want to pay him based on last year. Well, I'm not paying a guy $35 million in a gigantic contract extension based off of 2024, and you're kind of farting around in 2025. And I need you to have listen, he finishes it strong. This conversation's irrelevant. But right now, that's who he is. Okay? See this here? Well, context is everything. Jordan Davis will be paid by the Philadelphia Eagles based on all pros and numbers he puts up. Is that true or not, folks? When you sign a contract extension and you get a 5th-year option picked up, or either, both, what are you paid on? You're paid on Pro Bowls. When you get that 5th year picked up, it's tier 1 based on Pro Bowls and tackles and stats. This guy doesn't get that. You don't get it. You're not paid based on playoff appearances. Carter's still dominant. I don't believe he has been. How can you be dominant when your defense is 23rd against the run? How are you dominant? How are you dominant? In what lane? Because you saw him hit Carson Wentz? Ajomo, okay. Ajomo is now feeding off of Carter. Well, then guess what? Carter's not feeding off of Ajomo like he fed off of Milton Williams a year ago. That's right, I forgot. He's hurt, he's fat, and he's undisciplined. Okay? Tell the story, guy. Unless he spits on somebody. You should be used to that. If only Carter had that John Randall motor. That's an insane motor for sure. Carter has 2 less games than he should. It's a huge fact. Okay, really? He has 1 because he's undisciplined, and the other 1 because his agent pulled him out of it because of a contract coming up. Nice job, Duke. Hey, dude, you're perfect for Rosenhaus and Associates. Holy criminy. He doesn't put context to it that his agent and him didn't want to play in the Giant game. That's a fact. And he spit on Dak. Nice job, kid. It's quite a reason not to play in ball games. Holy shit, guy. Silz only attacks good Eagle players. No, I attack players who have signs of being great and being legendary, who don't want to be. Once again, you could never be Coach Guy because you're common. You're the common guy. Nobody could coach you. It would be impossible because you'd wet your pants. You would piss your pants if you were ever in a room with coaches who want nothing but the best from you. You would moan and you would cry. And you would go home to mommy and you would sit there on the teat. Who are you kidding, guy? That's Spit's new name, the common guy. The guy who sits in the stands. Hey, guys, there's a reason 65,000 fans sit in the stands and there's only 53 guys on a football team that you root for on the sidelines. There's a reason there's gladiators, and there's a reason that there's fan waivers, people who write about us. Why do you think there's more fans in stadiums than on the field? Everybody wants to be the gladiator. Sil's feeling different in his new. I'm not feeling any different. My brother, you think the hat? Hey, bro, I don't give a hurt your feelings. They'll never hurt your feelings. You know why? Because you're a sucker. Actually, I like the kid. You know why? He takes it and he's here every day. Spit, I'm a fan. You could cry all day long, sweetheart. Got to push people past their limits. Hey, senor, let me give you one of the greatest things on the planet that Howard Schnellenberger used to do to us. Crazy. Howard Schnellenberger, our old coach, would run the fucking shit out of us. No water, no nothing. Spit, I do like you. No nothing. I remember coming over, man. We're sitting there. We're doing this, dude. This guy's going to kill us. Our equipment guy and our trainer would go over. Andy Clary and Kevin O'Neill would go like this. Howard, you got to give these guys water, man. It's been 3 hours since you gave them water. And the guy and Howard would go like this. Your mind quits before your body does. And we heard this. Howard looked at all of us and said, don't you get it? I'm training your minds, not your body. You'll quit mentally. How many people have ever fainted and fell over and just fell over, fainted, bang, because you were working out too hard? Never have you done that. You've never done that where you just blacked out because of total exhaustion. Never. I've never seen it on a football field. Howard trained your mind. Your mind will quit first. Howard used to, man, seriously, 3 hours, no fucking water in Miami. You're going like this. This guy's trying to kill us. I really legitimately thought this guy was trying to kill us. Okay? Damn right it's dangerous. I thought he was trying to kill us. You go over to the water, you grab 3 waters, and you know what he would do? Because we would have to run from one end of Green Tree to the other end. We grabbed 5 cups of water. Whistle would blow. We're like, fuck. Then we have to run back. We got 5 cups of water in our hands in 95-degree humidity and 95-degree temperature. Like, this guy's trying to kill us. I goes, no, I'm training your minds, guy. Okay? Training your minds. Mark Farzetta will join us. That will be at 4:30. Yeah, I got everybody texting me this thing, man. The story is really unbelievable. It really is. It's one of the saddest stories I've seen in a long time. And more is coming out on this thing here. On Marshawn Nealon. And without a doubt, looks like suicide here. Still a lot more coming out on the details of it. But without further ado, we got a Green Bay game on Monday as well. Our friend Big Z, Xander Krause, joins us now. How you doing, bro?
What's up, Big Silz? How you doing, brother?
Hanging in there, dude.
Yeah, man. Me too, man. Back in the studio. Good to be back in the studio. Very sad story today with Marshawn Nealon, brother. I heard you had a great open to your show. I was in the car. I didn't get a chance to hear it all, but I will go back and listen to it. Real sad, man. Real, Silz, it's such a reminder. We cover a game, dude. A game. The people are a lot more important than the game, as much as the fans and everybody wants to think about it. But, it is what it is. I haven't seen much in the last couple hours, but a very sad story.
I showed people, and I'm going to show you it, and I know you've seen this before. I put this story was on the front page of the.
Yeah, I remember that story, Silz. Yeah, we talked about that before.
And depression's a real thing in this game. And listen, people get up off their ass every single day of their lives that you're bricklayers, you work on roofs, you're all that. I am not talking about sympathy here. I'm just telling you a story. Okay? And I have to always come to this grip. You ready for this? The worst thing I've ever had happen in my life. And I hate saying this. I fucking quit. I quit something I loved because I let it get the best of me. And it kills me every fucking day. So when I see a story like this, I get it. I know it. I come from a place, and I talk to you guys from a place of failure. How many times have people come on and said, this kid should have, the president of the Falcons said, this guy should have been an all-pro. And I hear that, everyone. And get this, hey, I didn't handle it well. So when a guy like this has a moment, he blocks a kick, he gets a scoring touchdown on Monday. His mom, and then you know what the Cowboy guys are telling me? He texts Dak and says goodbye. There's only 16,000 of us alive that have ever played pro ball. It's a tight brotherhood. It will always be. And everyone that's ever played in this game will always know that ups and downs, the kissing of the cheerleaders, the cashing of the paychecks, there's more to it. It is really, you put your heart and soul, you lose pieces of your body all over the place. You do it again. I'm not looking for sympathy for any of these guys.
No, I understand what you're saying 100%, Silz.
You have to fall in love with this. It's taken me 35 fucking years to stop being that guy. And when I see these stories, or a guy like Andre Waters committing suicide, or these guys because they can't handle life later on. It's I know where they go. You almost go there too. It's a wild experience being an NFL guy.
Yeah, I believe it.
Bad.
I believe it. Some of those stories that you spoke on a real note. I mean, normally we have a lot of fun on this segment. This is obviously a real conversation here, but I think it adds so much context to, why you analyze the game the way you analyze the game, and so many people choose to not think about that. And that's all right. They don't have to, they don't have to take that context in, but I certainly understand where you're coming from when you're, when you're hard on a guy like Jalen Carter, as you just were talking about, wanting him to achieve everything he's meant to achieve, So I understand it's a heavy
greatness ahead of him.
Yeah, it's a heavy day though in the NFL world, man. That's a sad story. What happened with Marshawn Neal and his family's been in my prayers. That's just it's a sad thing, man. It really is.
And the Cowboys are destroyed right now. Dak is destroyed. From what I understand, there's been some type of situation like that in Dak's family. So I mean, imagine getting a text like this, Xander. Somebody texting you, going like this: "Hey, goodbye." He texted goodbye.
Yeah, apparently that's what he did. Apparently, right? He texted his family.
Yep.
Brutal, man. Absolutely brutal.
Goodbye.
Yeah, it's a sad story.
It is.
My dad used to say to me, athletes are people who play games for a living. The people are important. The games are not. That shit is so true, man. It really is.
The journey is, man. The journey is like you go on these crazy. And one of the reasons why I got a hard time getting back in the league was because they thought I was psycho.
Well, remember, when it happened to you, it was a lot less.
Oh, nobody knew anything about it then.
Yeah. Nobody talked about it like it is. Look, I mean, it's one of those things that's tough for me to talk about, mental health, because I don't want to speak out of line or anything. I feel blessed that I've never had to deal with some of the things that I've had people deal with, but I see people say and I get it. There's an old trope of being a man and shit doesn't get, and I get that, right? I understand that because I lived that way too. I got shit to accomplish. I can't let my feelings or any of that bullshit get in the way of it.
Right.
But when you see there's a lot of suicides that happen, man. That's real life. Those aren't fairy tale things. So I can speak about it and have my opinions on it, but at the end of the day, it really does affect a lot of people. So whatever you got to do, man, I hope people get help and, learn the proper way, I think, to, express what you need to express. I'm not a good guy to speak on, and I feel blessed.
I'm going to give you a little more context of it, Xander. Everything you said is correct. How would you think if you had to do this? All the things in your life that you're doing right now to make your company one of the best companies on the planet, and all of a sudden someone came in and they were banging on your knees, banging on your neck. They were not only when things were down, they were breaking pieces of your body up. Do you think that takes a little more of a mental away when you're trying so hard to do all the things you want to accomplish in your life and pieces of your body are coming off and you're doing that? It's more mentally taxing when it's physically and mentally being taken apart from you. Pieces of you are mentally and physically being taken from you every single fucking day because you're striving to do this every day. Some people turn around and go, then why do it? It's because you have to have a love for this thing. You have to have a love for it. And again, I agree with you. My grandpa got up off his ass every fucking day of his life. He was a lobsterman, he was a fireman, and he worked in a cement company. And let me tell you, my grandfather would do the same thing. Nobody's got tears for you, boy. Nobody's got tears for you. Yep. Get up and go to fucking work.
Yep.
And that's how I was raised. I was raised with a man with no gray area. Nobody's going to save your life for anything. And so that was one of the reasons why, again, I thank my grandfather and my aunt and everybody who raised me because they raised me the right way, not to go down the ultimate hole. Hey, you get down, you got to pull yourself back up, bro.
No, I get it. And that's where, not to go down this, I know people, it's a sports show, but that's where my faith comes into play, man. I got an unwavering belief in the Lord and in Jesus Christ. And in God. And I don't put it all on me. You know what I mean? I feel blessed and powered by that. So not asking it, not telling everybody what to believe, but, I do think there's tremendous power in that.
Let's get to Monday night's game.
Blowout.
Why?
I think this team is fraudulent, this Packer team. I don't think they're ready yet to compete with the best teams in the league. I'm not even sure. I like Matt LaFleur. He won 13.
Give me context why you're saying that.
Well, I'm not trying to say the Packers aren't a good team. I love the spot for the Eagles. I mean, John hates the spot because the Packers are coming off a loss. I don't give a shit what they're coming off. What does that mean for me? Eagles are going in on Monday night. They got 3 new reinforcements at the edge. They got 14 days or whatever it was, 15 days of rest after their most recent. They were a banged up football team going into the bye week. They got reinforcements at the cornerback
No
and safety
excuses
position.
then.
What's that?
No excuses then.
I definitely no excuses, but I feel like coming into this football game, more play action. The offense showed signs of expanding out of what they were in. I think this team is positioned to beat this team on Monday night. I would come out fast. If I were the Eagles, I would take the ball. Now, they'll never do that. If they win the toss, they'll never do it, so it's pie in the sky. But if it were me, it's what I would do. I'd take the ball. I'd go down there, put 7 on their head, and I'd play suffocating defense because I don't think Jordan Love can handle, the Eagle. If they play sound defense like Vic Fangio wants them to play, I think he's going to be in hell. Remember, Silz, this is a team that we beat twice last year, and we suffocated Jordan Love in that playoff game. Jalen Hurts did not play his best game in that playoff game. Jordan Love had 3 picks. They had 10 points in that game. I think we beat them 22-10, if I'm not mistaken. Build on that. Suffocate Jordan Love in the pocket. Make him double guess. Make him overthink things. And I think the Eagles will come out. I think the run game is going to keep going this week. I think there's some concern. Now, forgive me, I was in the car. I just got back. But I think Cam Jurgens, it looks like he's going to miss more time.
That's a good
thing. Is that right?
I
thought I saw Prince saying, can you clarify? Yeah, they opened the practice window for Willie Lampkin.
Okay. He's not playing.
A.J. Brown, limited, Saquon limited, Adoree limited. I think they're limited.
I wouldn't read anything into those guys.
Out of practice, though, is Cam Jurgens.
Yeah, he's not playing. That back injury has become more of a problem that
they're writing ankle for Cam, but yeah, I'm with you.
Yeah. Who do you think has the advantage in this game on Monday? Rashad Gary, Micah Parsons versus Jordan Mailata and Lane Johnson?
Well, I think Rashawn Gary's going to be playing on the interior more, and that's where you're having a little bit more.
Well, they're getting it. They move him around the.
Yeah, they move him all over the place on that D line.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I mean, I think I could see them lining Gary more up in the interior of this game because of the tackles. But look, I mean, here's the problem. Sometimes I think as fans, we don't put enough credit or enough credence into the work that goes in from the opposing player. Like, in other words, if our guy has a great game, or if another guy has a great game, instead of saying credit to the guy who game planned and figured out a way to beat a good cornerback, we just say the cornerback is dog shit, or the cornerback played like shit. Like, you're playing great talent. Listen to Lane Johnson and Jordan Mailata talk about Micah Parsons. I'm telling you right now, they're working their ass off this week to game plan on how to stop that guy. So if Micah Parsons gets the better of him, I'm not going to sit here and be surprised because he's a great football player. He's a great defensive end. He's a great pass rusher, and he's an immensely talented football player. I don't think it means that Jordan or Lane are going to have bad games. I just mean I think they're going up against a really talented front here. I mean, this is one of the best D-lines in football. So I think that's I think whoever lines up against Mailata, though, will have the advantage.
Don't you think that the interior inside is where the game will be won and lost? If the Eagles are able to push the pocket, and I mean push Saquon Barkley, and they're able to run the ball in between the tackles, because right now I don't really believe you're very strong there. I think Steen's played okay, but you know what, dude? He's a finesse player. He's not a bulldozer like you had a year ago. Cam, hey, look, Brett Toth playing the way he did against Dexter Lawrence, to sit here and suggest that that guy's going to play like that again in week 2 is obnoxious. And then Landon has been really spotty all year. I think the Eagle offense is all going to come down to how well those three men play against Green Bay on Monday night. If Landon and Toth and Steen have a good night and you guys run the ball plus 35 times, and Xander, the less passing attempts I see, not saying less efficiency, the less passing attempts and more that you've been able to establish yourselves at the line of scrimmage, the more I think that game is indeed
I think you're right.
Game on Monday.
Who are their main tackles after Kenny Clark left? It's Devontae Wyatt, I believe, and who's the other guy? I have to look it up, but I think
the guy in the middle, I think it's his name
Colby
is
Wooden. Is that
Wooden?
it?
Wooden.
Yeah, Wooden and Stackhouse. They got Brooks in there. Yeah, I mean Devontae Wyatt is
he's questionable. He's questionable. Wooden too to play.
Yeah, I saw that. No, I think you're right. I mean, I think that's a big part of the trenches here. But I think at the end of the day, I mean, I don't really love their I think you can pick on their corners a little bit. I don't think we have to shy away. I mean, they got Keyshawn Nixon, they got Isaiah McDuffie. He's their linebacker. They got McKinney is obviously a great player. He has a history too of picking off Jalen Hurts, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, but Xander, why go against the trend if you can move the ball with not having turnover football opportunities?
Well, no, I just want to see more play action under center. That's what I'm looking for. I think the running game can build on that. I think Jaelan can keep building.
More efficiency is what you're talking about.
Efficiency, but I think they're going to be able to pass the ball well too. I mean, look, if you get A.J. Brown back in this game, which I don't know if you're going to. I mean, I didn't see the injury report. I got to text John and see. But if you get A.J. Brown back, they were able to get Devontae Smith the ball in a lot of different ways in that Giants game. Now, it's the New York Giants. I get it, but it wasn't all the same routes that we're used to seeing in the first 6 weeks. There was a lot of over the middle stuff. There was a lot of, stuff coming across, a lot of motion. There's a lot of different things in that game that I think you can do with under center. So if you get A.J. Brown back, in theory, you should be even more proficient in that, with another great receiver. So.
Okay, now let's go on the other side here. I think this is a Jahad Campbell game, not a Nakobe Dean game. Here's why. They're really efficient in spreading the ball around and throwing it. Now, not having Tucker Kraft in there, I'm expecting to see more guys being thrown the ball to out of the backfield. The way that when AJ didn't play in that Giant game, you saw Saquon get touches and make efficient plays. Remember, Aaron Jones, in my opinion, is going to be a guy who can catch the ball, dude. You're going to need cover guys. I think they're going to be in third down personnel more. I want guys that are going to be able to be in personnel. And here's my rotation at edge I would have in this game. Phillips, Hunt, and Smith, depending on Smith's conditioning. Okay? Those three guys will help Jalen Carter a ton in this game. You have to be able to move the pocket and set the edge. And if they're able to do that with Jalen with Jaelan Phillips on the edge, that's going to help the perimeter in the inside, where I think, quite frankly, Green Bay's vulnerable at their guard positions. I think they're pretty vulnerable inside there when it comes to giving up.
I think you meant Josh Jacobs.
And I think that's one of the reasons that Jordan Love struggles sometimes with consistency is with internal up-the-gut pressure. If you get pressure up the gut, which just favors, in my opinion, the Eagles, internal pressure is going to be the thing to knock him off his spot in that pocket.
I agree. You said, I think you said Aaron Jones. Just he threw me off. He's not playing. It's more Josh Jacobs nowadays.
Josh Jacobs. I'm sorry,
Josh
Jacobs.
I knew what you meant once I put it all together.
Yeah, Jones is up in Minnesota.
No, I mean I agree. Do you think Vic is going to play Campbell more because of that?
I would be more in a guy where I'm going to have cover guys. And I believe they're going to run stretch plays. I think they're going to try to get those stretch plays to Josh Jacobs to get out on the perimeter and test and see your edge guys. Okay. So yeah, I totally believe it. Josh Jacobs is going to be a factor in this ball game here. They're going to try to get the ball to him in the perimeter, and they're going to try to be able to get those stretch plays going. So to me, that makes – now listen, in the run game, I think they're going to probably be in base defense maybe 18% of the time. I think Campbell's got to play a lot in this ball game.
Yeah, well, maybe you're right. I mean, they are a team they're one of those teams that like they don't have one really big weapon, but they got a lot of them. Like they got like 5 receivers, and they got Christian Watson back last week, I think.
Yep.
So they're gonna or a couple weeks ago they did lose Tucker Kraft. Like, who's their backup tight end again?
It's Luke Musgrave.
Yeah, like I know Luke Musgrave's a solid player, but like he's not Tucker Kraft.
No.
Tucker Kraft was probably the best tight end in football in the first 8 weeks. So that's a big loss for them. And that was one of the reasons I was wondering if you could again see more Nakobe, but we'll see. I mean, you know what I want to do to this team, Silz, is I just want to out physical them. I think this is one of those teams you just
That's what Carolina did.
You got to fit out physical this team. Come in and punch them in the mouth, and look, we just talked about Michael Parsons, great football player, freaking great football player. Run the ball down his throat. Run the ball down his throat. Make him be physical. Don't let him run free going for Jalen Hurts. Make him be physical. Make him meet you at the point of attack. Make him tackle you over and over and over again. That's what I think the message has to be for Green Bay. And if the Eagles can get back to that, quite frankly, I think we're going to have a very successful second half of the year. One of the biggest concerning parts of the first half of the year for me, despite the 6-2 start, was we lost that physical nature. I mean, last year we bullied teams like every week. Like you could maybe criticize the passing game. What you couldn't criticize the fact that the Eagles were the bully in every game we played. They weren't in the first half of the year. They were in the last 2 games, but they got to get that. They got to get back to that and bully this team. If they bully the Packers, I think we win by 10+.
To your point about, would you call them a fraud?
Well, I didn't mean fraud in the sense that they're not a good team.
I don't think you're wrong, and I'll tell you why in that Detroit game.
I want to clarify, though. I didn't mean fraud meaning like a fraud is a team that's not a good team. I didn't mean that. I meant in my estimation, there's 5 teams a year that are true and honest Super Bowl contenders that are the prime of the league, that are the teams to beat. And I don't think they've elevated themselves to that category yet. I think a lot of people remember this like Cowboy game that they won in the playoffs a couple years ago where they beat the crap out of the Cowboys. And look, it was a great game, but they haven't really done a whole lot in the playoffs since then. I mean, Jordan Love completely and utterly shit the bed in the playoffs last year versus us. He had 3 picks in that game. He shit the bed. They had that offense had 10 points in the game. Now, we had a great defense. Our guys deserve a lot of credit for that, but I'm just saying they haven't proven to me that they're the class of the league. And that's all I'm saying. I think they're a good roster. I like the move from Michael Parsons. I like a lot of what they've done. I think Jordan Love has taken steps forward, but I'm not really sure yet that they're the class of the league like people are talking about because they have good roster and they're showing up good statistically through 9 weeks.
Let me tell you why that first game of the year, when everyone's circling that Detroit game, and that by far is their best victory that they've had this year. Do you know Detroit, for whatever reason, in that ball game, they ran the ball for like 50 yards in that game with those 2 backs. And if you look at like the teams that have given them troubles, every single team that they've played against has been able to run the football on them. The Browns ran the ball on them enough to be able to get play action. Carolina ripped their ass to shreds this past weekend, and they completely out-physicaled them. Like in that first game, for them to be able to, it was more of the play calling, in my opinion, that really cost them the issues on them being able to go and look at what they did in trying to win that ball game. I mean, look what they did in that game. Detroit ran the ball 22 times for 46 yards. And you got those 2 backs. The following week, they came back and they ran the football, and that's what got Detroit back on their keel. Let me say this to you again. I think if Philadelphia runs the football at them, I don't believe that, you know who I think they are, where they're fraudulent? I do not believe that they can stop the run. I think the numbers that you see with them, look at the teams that they played, Xander. Let me ask you this here. Go down the list here of the teams that the Green Bay Packers have beaten this year, and then you tell me what you think, okay, of what they've done this year when you're looking at the teams. Detroit can run the ball. For whatever reason, Detroit, and I think that was more play calling with Johnny Morton. Washington doesn't have a run game. They beat them. Cleveland had a run game, beat them. Dallas doesn't really have a run game, but they did. It started coming on. Dallas tied them because Dallas started getting a run game in this game. That back is like second or third in rushing. That's where that tie came in. It's not Dak throwing the ball. They were able to run it. Cincinnati doesn't have a fucking run game. Arizona doesn't have a run game. Pittsburgh doesn't have a run game. Those are all wins. Then they get in front of Carolina. Carolina goes for 160 on them. Yeah. If the Eagles run for 150 yards plus, they'll work this team over Monday night.
It's a good take by you. By the way, speaking of run game, I mean, I don't think Josh Jacobs is having a great year. I don't think he has one game over 100 yards yet.
Well, that will play a factor in pressure and pass rushing then for the Eagles.
He's averaging 3.8 yards per carry this year. He's got 534 yards on 141 attempts. He does not have a game over 100 yards yet in rushing this year. He's got 93 versus the Bengals was his high.
Well, remember, if you get 61 yards a game, you're a 1,000-yard rusher. Just remember.
Yeah, well, a 1,000-yard rusher isn't as good as, you know.
No, I get it. Well, he's on pace for 1,100 yards.
Yeah, right, he's been hurt. That's right, senor.
That's not terrible. He's on pace for 1,100 yards.
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, this is going to come down to standard your tackles versus the dirt edges. It's also going to come down to what you can do in the middle and interior to the Green Bay Packers and how much pressure you get. What kind of impact do you think Phillips makes in his first game?
I think, honestly, he has a chance to have a big impact, right? I mean, he's going to be out there a lot, I would imagine. You look at those that Packer offensive line.
I hear he's really jacked up too, dude.
Oh, he should be, dude. I said it when we traded for him. He has an opportunity. It's up to him to seize it, but he has an opportunity to become a household name because that's what you get when you come to Philadelphia and you play in primetime games and you play into the playoffs. If he comes in here and he dominates this second half of the year, he has a chance to become a real primetime player in this league.
Robert Bailey told me, man, he is fired up.
Yeah, well, good.
He's excited. He can't wait for Monday night. He's not been on a good football team in a long time. And, you know, he's got a really great opportunity in that game. So what's up with fucking AJ now? I mean,
what do you mean?
Okay, when was this big injury that maybe he's not going to play? Is that a bye?
I don't know, dude. I think he must have.
When did he get hurt in the Minnesota game?
I mean, some people said it looked like he tweaked it on that last catch, you know, and they had the go ball for the last catch to ice the game. Some people said it looked like he tweaked it there. I don't know. I mean, if he's being out, if he's going to
tweak what? I'm sorry.
The hamstring.
Hamstring.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's the reason he missed last game. I mean, at least why it was listed why he missed last game. So, I mean, if he's still out of practice a week after the bye week, it must have actually been a tweak. I mean, there's no reason to be goofy with it now. The trade deadline's, you know what I mean? Like none of that stuff even.
Yeah, it doesn't matter now.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. So I guess he must have tweaked it, but I don't know. I mean, we'll see. Hopefully he's on the field.
I mean, okay. Coaching wise, how do you think they approach this game going into it? I mean, Kevin Patullo.
Bully. Beat him up, dude. Get under center, run the ball, get play action going when you get them on their heels. I mean, first thing you got to do is neutralize Micah, and then you got to make Micah guess. That's the best way to beat him. Neutralize him in the run game by making him fear the run, making him play different defensive coverage so they can't just pin their ears back. Win on first down. That's going to be huge, dude. If the Eagles don't win on first down this game, it's not going to be good on offense because then you're just allowing Micah and Gary to just, all right, load them up. That's where you really create problems. And that's where it's going to be harder on the guys in the middle too because when Lane and Mailata are preoccupied with Rashawn Gary and Micah Parsons, those dudes in the middle are going to have space to move and eat, you know? So you got to win first down and bully them. Get that play action going, and you got two great receivers that should be able to take advantage. I mean, I don't know. You tell me. Who do you like? Carrington Valentine or A.J. Brown? Or fucking forget if A.J.'s out. Carrington Valentine versus Devontae Smith. Pick on them.
I just, again, man, going into this football game here, Jordan Love, I mean, what do you make of him this year? Do you think he's kind of like Eli Manning a little bit in the way that he
that's
how he plays? Well, Eli in the back end of his career was so up and
Yeah, I mean, it's
down.
tough to compare, Eli, who played for as long as he did, and he did get 2 Super Bowls. I mean, first
But
to go.
but I'll tell you one thing is for sure: Eli Manning in his entire career was up and down.
I
He
know
get
he was.
postseason. He was the most streakiest guy you ever seen in your fucking life.
Yeah, I mean, it's fair.
He
I
was
don't
a
know if I would
streaky player.
compliment him. You heard Wayne Larrivee yesterday kind of say, yeah, he does kind of have that Aaron look when he dropped. I know what he meant by that. Like if you
Yeah.
look back, sometimes he has that arm like ready to sling the ball. The problem is I don't think he's got the talent level of Aaron. You can mock the mannerisms all you want, my dude. If you don't got the talent, you're not going to spin that rock like Aaron Rodgers could. So, but no, I mean, I think he's just a streaky player. I mean, part of the thing is I think you got to give players some time, but this guy's had a lot of time. I mean, he had 3 years on the bench. Now he's had 4 years starting. It's like, all right, dude, like you're either going to become a consistent player or you're not, and you're just going to like you just said, maybe he is an Eli Manning. But the one thing I think going for Jordan Love is he's got a good organization around him.
Great.
I mean, I think that's a great organization. They normally always have pretty good teams. They normally always make smart decisions. They normally always build the roster the right way. So
don't overreact.
They do things well. What's that?
They don't overreact.
You know who I'm not a fan of on that team? That rookie receiver they got, Matthew Golden, I think his name is. Yeah. And when I say that, it has nothing to do with his
from
talent.
Missouri.
Yeah, it doesn't have anything to do with his talent. I think he's a very talented kid. If you're a rookie coming in with a team that's got like, I don't know, 4 receivers or whatever they got. They had Tucker Kraft, and it's like the dude's bitching after every game. I'm like, yo, dude, you're not AJ Brown yet, all right? Like you got to earn that, in my opinion. But I don't know. Matthew Golden's one of those guys. I don't know if he's going to play. I think he's questionable to play this weekend. So we'll see what ends up happening there. But they have Watson back, Golden. They got Romeo Dobbs. They got Savion Williams. They got a lot of John Fitzpatrick, Dontavian Wicks, Jaden Reed on IR. So Jaden Reed's out. That's right. I remember the game he got hurt. So thank you. Golden's from Texas. Who is the receiver that went from Missouri?
That kid, what's his name? Barden or something like that. I forget the kid. I forget.
Yeah, is it Bolden?
Is that it? I forget the kid that I thought that kid from
Luther
Missouri.
Burden. That's who you're thinking of. Luther Burden. He went to the Bears.
Okay.
That's who you're thinking of. Yeah.
You guys love Micah Parsons.
I think Michael Parsons is a really good player. Well, he's a really good pass rusher.
You want to hear a stat for last week against Carolina?
Yeah, sure.
He had 0 pressures in the first time in his career. Carolina lined up and went right at him and ran the ball right at him and ran him off the field.
Yeah, I got you. I mean, I think overall, though, he's still a great player. I mean, everybody's got bad games. I mean, he didn't have a good game. He's still a great player. I mean, how many pressures does he have on the year?
Okay, I got it. But
I'm just saying, you always go off trends. Like,
okay.
But one game, no pressure.
Trend is, if you run at him, you're going to have success on him.
Well, maybe. You know how to do that, though. You got to win on first down. Okay. Or else you ain't running that shit. He pinning his ears back laughing. So
Carolina bullied them. You know that, right? Carolina just lined up and beat them up.
Yeah, what was the score? Like 16-13, wasn't it? A weird game.
Who said Carolina's good?
Dude, this is one of the reasons that I think we're going to win this game by double digits is if you look at the 2 games they lost, they had like 13 points this week and then 10 points, I think, versus the Browns. Like when they shit the bed, they shit the bed. Yeah, so if that defense can throw Jordan Love off his game, I think you guys are going to be able to hold them. I'm looking at like 24-14, 24-13, somewhere in that range.
I got 28-17.
I like that score. You gave me that score yesterday. I'm surprised you're going as big as that. What's the Green Bay weather report on Monday?
Snow.
Really?
It's a snow game.
Oh, I love snow game.
It's a snow
38.
Game.
It says 38. Let me look. 40-20. I mean, you guys got us putting up 40 burger in the snow?
No, that's not happening. I heard flurries.
Jason, I am not trying to screw anyone in a parlay. I always give you my honest opinion.
Screw somebody on a parlay.
I don't give a shit about no parlay. So Monday it says flurries in the morning, breezy.
Yeah, okay, and I'm sure there'll be no flurries at 7:30 at night in Green Bay, Wisconsin, freezing your baguettes off. It's 8 o'clock will be the kickoff. Yeah, you're right. Probably no flurries in Green Bay. Yeah, the weather changes like chicks' minds.
We got a
Green
bunch
Bay.
of primetime games coming up, right? We got Monday night, then we
Oh,
got Sunday
God.
night, I think, versus the
Oh,
Lions.
God, I hate that.
Why?
Hey, dude, I like my weekends to roll into the preseason. I mean, to roll into the pregame. And, I got a little nice, I could get up and this and that. That's a fucking full day, man. Are you kidding me? Holy shit. Look at me crying like a bitch. I'm not lifting
Yeah, you
logs or
sound like fucking John McMullen
anything.
crying at the fucking start of the game. You cover football for a fucking living, dude. Thank your lucky stars for crying out loud. And a couple 8 o'clock games, Sileo, oh my God, all I want is a 1 o'clock game.
Oh,
Who
my
gives a
God.
shit? Friday night, Sunday night, Monday night, under the lights, baby. Come on.
Oh, my
It's
God.
a
Hey,
blessing.
did you take anything away? Yeah, stop crying, old man. That's what my grandfather would say. What are you kidding me? You don't work for a living. What'd you make of what old Nicky Chiriani said today?
I listened to some of it. He is tough to listen to. And even when I really lock down, I'm like, all right, I'm going to listen to Nick today. I just find myself drifting and dozing off and not listening to him because he's so boring and he's so, I didn't make anything.
You think they've told him to do that?
Yeah, I think Bob Lang created his perfect character.
Yeah. Okay.
I mean, it is what it is. I'd much rather have a good football coach than a guy that knows how to talk to the media. So I don't really care that much. I'm not like John was upset that he was not talking to him anymore. I don't really give a shit. But I'd much rather him be good at the real stuff. I thought what Jason Brown said on your show was interesting about Sirianni, not getting enough credit. So I don't know. I don't got a problem with Sirianni right now. The team keeps winning. All right. So until they don't,
I think he's actually had a pretty good year this year, don't you?
Yeah, they're 6-2. He quelled a couple storms, early. Handled the back-to-back losses for the first time since 23.
I think he's handling AJ perfectly.
Which is what?
Don't acknowledge it.
Yeah, well.
The more you acknowledge it, the more you make it and something of it. If you don't acknowledge it, remember, the guy could scream as loud as he wants. If you're not responding to it, it really doesn't matter. That's kind of what Big Silz' mentality is here.
Yeah, well.
You still think the Eagles are better than the Rams?
Yeah, I do. Why, you don't?
No. Quarterback's way better. I think they've had a great year this year. I think they've improved.
I didn't say they're not having a good year.
I didn't say you said they weren't. I just said that I think they're better.
Look at you playing fucking. Look at you like a chef tossing
I
the
never
word.
fucking said that.
It's like a word salad. Silz has got.
I never said that. A food
like chef with the salad.
I got
up the word.
Right now, I got the Rams.
All right,
that's the best team in the NFC.
I do think, and I've said consistently this week, I do think the Rams are our toughest. Going to be our biggest challenge in the NFC. I do. They're playing really good football, offensively and defensively this year. So
this game,
just don't give the ball to Kyron Williams versus the Eagles because he'll fumble it.
They need an
especially in the playoffs where he'll fumble it maybe twice.
Dude, I've seen him almost every game that they've played against him. Has he not put the ball on the carpet?
That puts the ball on the carpet a lot, man.
So these next 8 games you come out of this, do you believe that it will tell you a little more with Green Bay, Detroit? If you win because by the way, let's think about this. Green Bay and Detroit, these are teams that are going to be seated in the playoff race, correct? Are you learning a lot, okay, in your opinion, from these next 2 weeks?
Yeah, I mean, that's how we talked about that. I think you're going to learn some, but I also am not going to put as much stock in it as some people will. It'll be great wins. It'll be good things to build on. But as Jalen Hurts will say, I mean, we got another game next week. I mean, you can't set these games up to be so high after you win them that there's an inevitable come down. You don't win Super Bowls in November versus the Lions and the Packers. It's a big game. It's a good opponent. It's going to be a nice test for us. You got the Lions at home next week, and you got the Packers at Lambeau. It's a great test. It's a great challenge. And I think the team's got to meet the moment, and they got to turn the page and keep rolling. I mean, you can't get too caught up in this, dude. Just like you can't get too caught up in the loss to the Giants. You don't win Super Bowls at this time of the year. It's a good litmus test to figure out where we stand with different types of teams. That's what I think is a nice advantage here. You got a couple different types of teams coming up, very talented teams, a couple different types of defenses coming up. So I think that from that perspective, it's a good thing. But I'm not going to get over go over the top with it.
I want to play a small game with you here.
All right, I like that.
Okay. Playoff picture. Eagles, Bucks, Seahawks, Packers, Rams, and 49ers and Lions. Bucks and Lions right now at this particular time of the year. Obviously, this will change with players being hurt and players not being hurt, more of attrition. If you had to go Buccaneers and Lions, who would you take in this one?
Lions.
Because you get the bye. So you'd go Lions.
I think we're going to end up with the bye.
You right now, yes, I do too.
Now. Yeah, a lot can change in 9 weeks, but I do think we're going to get the bye.
I'm going right now.
Yeah.
Seahawks and 49ers.
Seahawks.
Okay. Packers, Rams.
Rams.
Okay.
Better quarterback, better coach.
With all that being said, then the opponent you would play in the divisional round would be the Rams.
Yeah, it's gonna be tough. I think we are. I think the Rams are this year's team version of the Lions for us, in that we're on an inevitable crash course. Now I know we played the Rams already, but we played them early. I don't think that was a game that you could take too much of. The Rams kind of had us dead to rights. The Eagles had a good second half, came back in that football game. I don't put too much.
That was a coin flip game. That was a coin flip game for sure.
It was, but it was also a September game, and I subscribe to your philosophy, man. September is a month of lying in football. So we won. It's a great win, but I think we're on a crash course with them in the playoffs, and I think we're going to beat them.
Okay. That is going to be a hell of a football game. If you get that, and here's the other one.
Kind of have their number though. Like, don't you agree?
Yeah, I do. I think there's something to that.
Like, I think McVay and Sirianni. I think Sirianni's like 4-0 or 5-0 versus him.
Then it would be Seahawks and Lions.
Yeah, I got the Lions there, but Seahawks could win that game,
bro.
It all depends on Sammy Darnold. Do you go Sammy Pumpkins or do you stay alive?
Oh God, that's right, Darnold.
If he goes pumpkin, we all know the inevitable end.
So Sam Darnold, golf, two guys I can't stand. I'd have to go golf. I'd have to go golf because he's been to a Super Bowl.
Wait, you don't like golf? I thought you liked golf.
No, I mean, I every time I say the guy sucks, I look at his numbers and I look at his accomplishments. He's one of the most accomplished quarterbacks in the NFC. This guy's been to 2 conference championship games with 2 different teams. He's won an NFC title. He's been to a Super Bowl. He lost the Super Bowl 14-7. They couldn't get the end zone because of New England. I mean, let me play over here over in the AFC. Colts get the bye. Patriots, Broncos, Steelers, Bills, Chargers, and Jaguars. No Chiefs as of right now. Patriots and Jaguars.
Patriots.
Okay. Broncos, Chargers.
Broncos.
Okay. I'm going to go Chargers in there.
I knew you would. You've been on the Chargers balls all year. You and Johnny Mac.
They are 6-3, Junior.
Great.
Steelers and Bills.
Another fraud team is the Chargers.
Okay.
Yeah, they are. Steelers and Bills.
Bills. Okay. The Bills would play the Colts.
Goodbye, Bills. I think they did.
Well, you're not buying Daniel Jones, are you?
Well, no, I'm going bye Bills because I think teams matter, man. Like, remember a couple years ago, Silz, when the NFC was down and everyone's like, all the great quarterbacks are in the AFC and look at all the other. And it's like now a couple years later, it's like, what conference has panned better? Lamar Jackson gets an injury, Joe Burrow gets an injury, and the AFC looks like a literal steaming pile of dog shit to the point where Daniel Jones is the best quarterback in the AFC. You need to have a great team. And the Colts have a great football team. They have a great offensive line. They have a very strong defensive line. They got a great running game with Jonathan Taylor. They play fundamental football. And Shane Steichen, by the way, is coaching them up. He's doing a great job with them. I'm taking the Colts.
Okay. Well, you're not high on the AFC, right?
It's not that I'm not high on the AFC. I just don't think they have as good a rosters as the NFC.
Okay. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in the last 7 years.
Some bullshit statistic to try and dispute.
Last 7 years. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Dickhead, I'm talking about this year.
So you're telling me about rosters here. Well, 4 years.
Sorry, Silz. I didn't mean to call you a dickhead.
It's all good, man. You think that bugs me, man? I've been called everything on the name.
I know, but I don't mean to do that. I'll let everybody else do that. I got to apologize to Senor, too. I agree with Akbar. He reached out. He's like, you were way too mean to Senor. Senor, I'm sorry, bro.
Whoa.
I'm sorry, bro. I called him stupid. It was rude.
You don't get that. You don't believe the Colts.
I do. I just said they're going to beat the Bills.
Okay. Oh, they're going to beat the Bills. All right.
That's what I said.
Oh, sorry. I got that lost between being called a dickhead there.
No, there's a difference. When I call you a dickhead, it's out of love. Because I know it is.
That's why. Yeah. Bro, honestly, I know that. Okay.
No, I know. I mean, my family's like that. We call
each other.
We love hard and we fight hard.
That's right. I no offense at all in that. I don't
Is Senor in here? Senor, sorry, buddy. I hope you're all right.
He will. So of the teams that are the outliers, Bears, Panthers, Vikings. I won't go to the Cowboys at 3-5-1. Vikings are 4-4. Panthers are 5-4. Bears are 5-3. Do any of those three teams sneak into the NFC playoffs?
Which teams?
Bears are 5-3.
Bears are interesting.
They're 8th right now. The Panthers are 5-4. They are 9th right now.
They're
and the
interesting.
Vikings are 4-4.
Vikings, no.
Okay.
I'm not a JJ McCarthy believer. And these stupid clips that are all over social media of him like looking like I'm like, what are you doing, dude? It doesn't look cool. It's like gay.
Right.
Weird. All right.
You're not a tough guy.
Yeah. Like, come on, dude. You had like 132 yards passing. If Sills covered your team, he'd be ripping you to shreds.
Oh, God, I kill you, man. Absolutely. He's a fucking.
I think the Bears are interesting. Part of me wants to pick the Bears because if you remember in the offseason, that's another team I liked where you and John were like, yeah, okay, Xander, okay. And maybe more John, not as much you. John was like, yeah, Xander, you're delusional to think the Bears are going to be okay this year. I'm like, all right, John, let's see. They've been okay. So part of me wants to say
I think Ben Johnson's done a great job.
He's done a great job, but every time I turn him on and watch some quarters of football, Caleb Williams he makes some unbelievable throws, and then he makes some of the most boneheaded decisions you'll ever see. And in my opinion, Ben wants a quarterback that's on time. That's why I like Jared Goff, man. On time, on target with the football. He wants to run his offense. He doesn't want a freelancer guy. And Caleb freelances too much because he's not reading the defense quick enough to get the ball out. So I think Caleb's going to be a problem for the Bears late. And I actually like the way the Panthers are playing. I like that Dave Canales coach.
I do too. I'm going to make a prediction to you. And you're going to fucking shit when I say this. Would it be out of the realm of possibility that the AFC Championship game would be Ravens and Chiefs?
Why would that be out of the realm of possibility?
Well, right now, the Ravens are 3-5, and the Chiefs are number 8 right now at 5-4.
I think that could be the AFC Championship game.
I think the Ravens are going to run the table.
I'm not as high on the Ravens as I am on the Chiefs. I think the Chiefs are going to have another year like 23. They're wobbly all year. Is that the year they did that, right? 23?
Yeah.
That was the year they did that.
That's the year you went into Kansas City and beat them.
You think we're getting the trilogy this year? I could see it.
Nah. You're getting knocked out in the opening round.
Oh, yeah? Is that right? By who?
Rams.
Oh, yeah. Is that right?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. We'll see. One of those people, the Rams and the Eagles are getting a bye week. So
well, let me tell you, the next time the Rams line up against you, I'm taking the Rams big time. Like
Are
a
the Rams
big,
even the first? Are the Rams even at the top of the West right
no,
now?
because I get this, folks. Let me remind my friend Xander that I told him that the 49ers would win.
They're not even at the top of the West.
Wait, get this. That I predicted that.
They got to get through the Seahawks.
I predicted that. I said that the 49ers would win the West, but the Rams would be the better team because they had the tougher schedule, and they will be the better team. I predicted that. I said,
I'm picking Eagles Chiefs.
I don't buy the 49ers, do you?
Eagles Chiefs Super Bowl. Let's go, baby.
Never happening.
Run it back,
You're
baby.
going to get knocked out in the divisional round 38-10.
By who?
The Rams.
That is a joke.
Okay. It won't be when they put that wood to you.
Nick Sirianni versus Sean McVay.
Oh, wow. Here we go. Nick Sirianni versus Todd Bowles. I'm going to go down that lane.
He's 4-0 against first McVay. He's
Great.
8-0 against McVay, Campbell,
I'm sure all
and
those
LaFleur. He's 8-0 against McVay, Campbell, and LaFleur.
How does that have any effect of 2025 with completely different football teams? No bearing. It's
You're
like
Delulu if you
no
think
bearing.
you're Delulu.
You guys are thinking that you have the same fucking football team you had in 24. Not you, but people think because you are the Eagles that you have the same.
Curtis sounds like John. I don't want to see the Chiefs. Well, Curtis, I got news for you. The Chiefs don't give a fuck what you think, all right? And they're probably going to end up back in the Super Bowl, whether you like it or not like it, all right? They don't give a shit about everybody who's tired of seeing them. They are pursuing greatness. You got to respect it. And the Eagles are in their way. And Jalen Hurts has become Patrick Mahomes' #1 rival.
That's like saying he's Eli Manning to Tom
the fuck
Brady.
You talking about? He's 1-1 versus him in Super Bowl. Hurts gets another one versus him.
He's Eli Manning to Tom Brady. Great. He's Eli Manning to Tom Brady.
What is Tom Brady's greatest memories from football?
Getting and having Nick Foles beat him. He hates, dude. I've never seen a guy.
He hates Eli too.
He does. He hates both Eli and Nick Foles so much. Who do you think played a better Super Bowl, Foles or Hurts?
Ooh, good question.
In the win,
probably Foles. Yeah.
I think Jalen's best game, the Super Bowl, was the one he lost.
Yeah, me too. He was insane in that game, dude. He was absolutely surgical in that game. He was slicing it. One of his favorite throws of all time for me happened in that game. It was to Dallas Goedert on the right sideline. Just dotted that ball. I think it was 3rd and long. Amazing throw.
Absolutely. Hurts goes for $4,000 and 30 touchdowns. That's what you're predicting.
That's what I predicted in March.
Okay.
Why are you bringing it up like I said that today?
Well, I'm assuming because, that's your take that he's going to
Well, what's he on pace for?
No, I'm asking you right now. I mean, what do you mean?
8 games down. He's at 1,800 yards or something?
Okay. So you feel he's going to go for $4,000 and 30 touchdowns?
No, I already told you this. I got about 3,700 with 30 tutties.
3,600 yards and 30 touchdown passes?
Yeah.
No way.
What's he got right now?
That doesn't matter. That's what
it doesn't matter. Yes, it does.
Because if you start running the ball, you're not going to throw it.
He's got 1,677 and 15 touchdown passes. He's got 9 games to play ball.
Okay, let me see this here. You go down this lane here with my boy here. Let's see. I guarantee he goes for about 150 on Monday night.
You want to make a bet on it? I'll give away a jersey on your show if he goes over 225 in passing.
I got to wait and see what AJ's doing.
Oh, look at him. This fucking fence rider. Look at this fence rider.
I got to wait and see what AJ.
Bet in the world. He can't even do it.
I got to wait and see what AJ.
Look at this fence rider.
I got to wait and see what AJ does.
Now I know why Bonehead stole the Brown jersey from you. Why wouldn't he?
Let me see here. Where's Hurts? I don't even find him on this list. Where is he? Oh, here he is. He's 22nd. So let me see where he is. Who's having a better year than him? Geno Smith, CJ Stroud, Cam Ward.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, my
Prince,
God.
I think you're 100% right. Kansas City the last team they want to see is the Philadelphia Eagles. The literal last team they want to see. They've lost the last 3 to us, haven't they?
Yeah, they've also beaten you in a Super Bowl.
Okay, that was how many years ago?
2?
3?
No.
3? 3.
Oh, counting this year, yes. 3. Well, the last 2 Super Bowls, yes.
We beat them 3-0 versus that Super Bowl. Yeah,
no,
showed up.
Okay, wait a minute. So wait, they beat you in the Super Bowl prior
You
to the
might
one.
not like it, but
Wait,
Patrick Mahomes
this
is
will be
only
the 4th Super Bowl in a row for them.
It's like Joel Embiid once said, you can't be a rival with somebody that always beats you. Patrick Mahomes' only real rival is Jalen Hurts.
It's 1-1 in the Super Bowls.
Okay, and he lost the last 3.
Since when has Jalen Hurts been to more than 3 Super Bowls?
No, last 3 games versus.
Yeah, I forgot those games. Yes,
and he also got embarrassed by Jalen Hurts' team on the Super Bowl last year.
Okay,
Worst Super Bowl ass beating in how long?
In the world of county Super Bowls, it's 1-1. Okay, I mean, now wait a minute. Hey, that's a good point though. So how many Super Bowls now? If he loses, they go back to the Super Bowl and the Eagles beat them. How many losses will that be in the Super
3.
Bowl for him?
3.
He'll be 2-3.
No, he'll be 3-3. He's got 3 bowls.
3-3.
Yeah, he'll be 3-3.
That's like John Elway shit. You know, John Elway, I think, is 2-3.
The only problem I hate with this is like, and I guess we're all guilty of it, but sometimes we just dumb it down to like it's one player. Like some dude said, some dude literally said,
that's how it's looked at, though.
One guy super chatted on Birds 365 the other day. Micah Parsons has 1 playoff win. I'm like, Micah Parsons? He's on the Cowboys. Myles Garrett has 1 fucking playoff win. What does that mean about Myles Garrett? Really?
Dude, that would be
LeBron. Dude, LeBron's record in the finals is brutal. What's he like?
4-6. But
especially it's worse in basketball though.
But wait,
I don't care what anybody says.
But he did go to 10 straight finals.
All right, dude. Like you're like
he's the only. Okay, but listen,
you're like the king of non-participation.
Wait. He's the only non-Celtic from the '60s to do that.
I get it. It's an amazing feat. I'm not discrediting LeBron, but losing 6 finals for LeBron is a bad look. Remember, that's a superstar's game. Basketball is a lot different than football. You lose Super Bowls in football, it's like, all right, a lot of stuff can happen, man.
Do you put in context that he's an MVP in 3 different teams?
I mean, I think it's impressive. But
the 4-6, you want to hear
Let me ask you something. Would you rather win 2 NBA championships and be 2-0 in the finals, or be 4-6?
I'd rather be 2-0.
Me too. Fuck losing in the finals 6 times.
I posted something on
and he did. He got fucking saved in 2014. If Ray Allen didn't catch that shot in Game 6, they were fucked.
I thought his foot was on the line too.
Yeah,
anyway,
I know. There was a lot of controversy about that. That was an unreal shot.
Lawrence Taylor was asked a question about the GOAT of quarterbacks, and I posted this on my X account. He goes like this: give me Montana anytime. He's 4-0 in Super Bowls. He got destroyed in games by Reggie and myself. He's 4-0. Brady is protected, and he's been stockpiling stats for 23 years. You hit him, you blow on him, fucking they call something. He says this: Montana's the GOAT because he's 4-0. Would you rather be 7-3 in the postseason?
I'd rather be 7-3.
Or would you rather be undefeated, no interceptions, and having beaten Marino, Elway, and all these great quarterbacks in the Super Bowl and destroyed them?
I'd rather be 7-3. Football, I'll take the 7-3. Because getting to the 10 Super Bowls for Brady, in my opinion, is a bigger or a tougher challenge than LeBron going to 10 straight. I mean, when LeBron was in his prime, dude, it was like easy. Like it was like everybody, like he knew
that shitty Cleveland Cavaliers.
It felt like every playoff series I watched with prime LeBron, he was winning the series. Didn't matter what it was.
You would
So I'll
take
take
the
the 7.
7-3. You would take Brady over Montana's 4-0.
Yeah, 7-3 is a lot different sounding than 4-6, my dude.
I don't know, man. 4-0, no interceptions in the
Yeah, it's
in the
impressive
Super
too.
Bowl. Montana was the GOAT, man. I mean,
You Montana is the GOAT guy?
oh yeah, I take Montana over Brady any day.
Well,
Guy
Joe
never
Cool.
played with a Hall of Fame player except for in his first Super Bowl. He didn't play with one Hall of Fame player.
Well, I mean, he did play with a Hall of Fame player, not the
He
first
did,
one.
but the first Super Bowl he didn't play with one.
He played with Jerry Rice for crying out loud. Come on, Sil.
No, he did.
All right, Sil, it's good stuff, man. Looking
All
forward to
right,
hearing
bro.
it.
I will see you on Birds 365 in the morning. Thank you, bro.
All right, dude. Appreciate it.
You got it. I think that's always, I mean, because Lawrence Taylor's going around right now. He's being interviewed, and he asked about Tom Brady versus Montana. And my next guy, I'm gonna start it out with that. I want to get his thoughts because I'm working on trying to get LT on the program and trying to get Lawrence Taylor on here. And I want to get Mark Farzetta's thoughts on what Wayne Larrivee, basically the Merrill Reese of Green Bay, and what he said with Jair Alexander being cooked. And we're going to get his take on that. But 7-3, Tom Brady and Super Bowl play versus Montana. 4-0. Get this, 140 quarterback rating. Now, I'm biased because I played against Joe. 135 quarterback rating. No picks, 14 touchdowns, no interceptions. He beat Montana. Montana beat Marino, and he beat Elway. And he beat an MVP in, I believe, Boomer Esiason in that Super Bowls too. Let's bring in our friend, Mr. Philly. Here he is, Mark Farzetta. How you doing, brother?
How am I doing? Well, last week you asked me to come on. I couldn't because the whole family was sick. So this week, as you know, as a family man, it's my turn to be sick. So I'm fighting through it this week, my friend. I'm fighting through it.
Oh, my God. You're playing hurt. Thank you, bro.
Damn, I'm a warrior. I'm a damn warrior is what I am.
All right. Hey, bro, we were having a conversation. I'm trying to get Lawrence Taylor on the program because I saw him talking about the GOATs of quarterback. And before we get into Philadelphia stuff, I mean, Montana at 4-0 in Super Bowls versus Brady at 7-3. And every time the conversation gets brought up, people go 7-3 sounds better. Okay, if that's the case, Bill Russell's record sounds 10 times better than Michael Jordan's record because he won all those NBA championships in the 60s with the Celtics. We always look at Jordan and go, well, wait a minute. How can you dismiss what Russell did, and how do you not look at what he did?
Yeah.
If you're looking at – you've covered both guys. If you had to win a 60-minute football game, who are you taking?
Am I playing in 1985 or am I playing in 2015? That's the thing that I think has to be asked here, because the guy in 1985 can play more so in any era than the guy in 2015, so to speak, with Tom Brady. I think Tom Brady is the most accomplished American athlete in the history of American sport. The best, though, and the greatest has to do with accomplishments. I hate comparing generations, but because you have to do that, I always take the guys from the older school. And look, I give Tom Brady every ounce of credit for winning with such different teams throughout the years, and literally different teams, like going from New England to Tampa Bay, obviously. But the whole world changed around him other than the head coach on the defensive side of things and offensive side of things in New England. And the guy just kept on winning. There is something to be said for that. Even Michael Jordan, with his first three-peat, won with one group of guys and then had a different group of guys the next time around. Like,
That's right.
If there was anything The Last Dance really taught me, it was how much Jordan didn't need that team around him and how much he wanted to keep those guys, even if he's getting into a fist fight with Steve Kerr in the locker room. He wanted those guys. But when you talk about a guy like Joe Montana, you talk about a guy in the mid-'80s and early 90s and all that stuff, you're talking about a guy that just couldn't lose. The comeback kid, Joe Cool, all that stuff that they said about him.
He played.
It was amazing.
There were no free agency back in the day, so you kept Gangrene together. You kept the Chicago Bear defense together. You kept all those great teams together. Nobody could move back then. And if you think about it, too, the first Super Bowl he won, his wide receivers was Freddie Solomon and Bert Cooper. There was no Jerry Rice on that football team. Lawrence Taylor's takeaway was, I would knock the goat out of Tom Brady. He played during our era, and he said Reggie White would knock the goat out of him.
Yeah. I work on a show. A TV show. It's nationally syndicated called Greatest Sports Legends Then and Now. It's in a like 80% of markets across the country, right?
I love that.
It's a fun show to do. It does compare generations, as you would assume. It's the old school footage of Greatest Sports Legends mixed with like some new, information with like Nikola Jokic versus Wilt Chamberlain and Joel Embiid. Like, it's an interesting show. It's a really interesting concept. It's been around for about 6 or 7 seasons.
Check it out.
Now. It's great. It's great. I really enjoy working on that show. All new season coming up. We're taping in February. Yeah.
Great.
But it goes against one of my rules, which is if you're going to compare generations, you really got to put yourself in the old generation, because it's not just a stat sheet. It's not just the back of a baseball card or the back of a football card. It's not just looking it up on reference. And the thing is, I always look to is you got to keep in mind how much tougher it was to play quarterback in Joe Montana's era than it was for Tom Brady. They have made it's the classic Wilt Chamberlain argument with Michael Jordan. Michael, they made the game harder for me by changing the rules. They made the game easier for you. Every quarterback ever since the Joe Montana era, really, you could even go with Brett Favre in his era through the 90s. You're talking about guys that played a much tougher brand of football. Pass interference wasn't called the same. Roughing the passer wasn't called the same. I mean, it's a totally different brand of football. So that's why I will always take the guys that have been through it in those dog days, those guys at the modern NFL game. The back was built on those guys in the past for it today.
Let me ask one more question on this, if I may. You think the Dipper could play today?
Hell yeah. Absolutely. You're talking about a guy that Arnold Schwarzenegger would watch work out in a gym and be like, I can't do that. You know what I mean? Like, it's insane. I absolutely think he can play today. And one of my most fascinating stats about Wilt Chamberlain, or factoids, if you will, it's not even the points. It's that a guy criticized him, or many people criticized him for being a ball hog, whatever you want to call it back in the day. And he was like, okay, I'll lead the league in assists. So he did that. Like, it was that much of an option.
67.
Right. Oh, there you go. So it was that much of an option for him. And still today, like Tyrese Maxey scores, I think it was the second most points in franchise history through the first 4 games of a season. Guess who's number 1? Wilt Chamberlain. Like, the guy is still compared to all the athletes today. This is a guy that was playing 60s and 70s in this heyday, and still he is the bar to which other basketball players are measured. So, yeah, I absolutely think he can still play today.
I tell people the reason that they got a free throw circle is Wilt used to just take off and run, and he's just laying in because he was a horrible free throw shooter. The time in the box down there, I think that was Shaq defensively that they added that to during Shaq's time. So those were guys that kind of changed the game. I mean, yeah, I'm a Wilt guy too. It's funny, every time they mention the greatest players of all time, they do this. Oh, not Wilt. Put Wilt over here. You're like, wait a minute. The guy was 50 and 25 one year. How do you not look at that? I mean, I always, they always go like this. Wilt, he don't count. That's like Gretzky. He don't count. Those guys. So, all right. What'd you make of, and I say this with respect, the threesome of Howie Roseman and what he brought into the team when he brought Jair Alexander, Michael Carter, and Jaelan Phillips from the Miami Dolphins? Howie's threesome. What'd you make of it?
Thank you for the context.
That made you pause a bit, didn't you?
I'm sorry, what was that? What were we talking about? We still talking about football? I look. Trade deadline for me is pass fail. Did you make the team better? You made the team better. You passed. Were there other moves potentially out there that you could have made? Sure. I mean, you could talk about Trey Hendrickson. You could talk about Max Crosby. You could talk about Myles Garrett and all that. I never thought that the Eagles were really in on that. The most probable, even though I didn't think Howie was even going to do this, was Jaelan Phillips. I love that he brought in Jaelan Phillips, because Jaelan Phillips makes you better in 2 areas in which you have been extremely weak all season. I know, first off, you and I have talked about the run defense of the Philadelphia Eagles being porous throughout the year. Jaelan Phillips is a top 7 in the NFL win rate percentage defensive edge rusher in the run game. So he wins his battles at the line of scrimmage to stop the play behind the line of scrimmage, something the Eagles need desperately. And by the way, he's been top 7 on the Miami Dolphins defensive line, which does not feature Moro Ojomo and Jalen Carter as two of the best defensive tackles, top 10 in the NFL right now in terms of their win rate in that same situation. So I think that makes him and this defense so much better at stopping the run. Now, in the passing game, Jaelan Phillips can also excel in that. When he's healthy, he is a guy throughout his career that has been able to get after the quarterback. He has experience in Vic Fangio's system, as we all know. He only played, I believe it was 9 games and played 8 games, started 6 of them in his 1 year under Vic Fangio in Miami, and had 6.5 sacks in that shortened season due to injury. He can get after the quarterback. He can get after running backs. It's exactly what this defense needed at the exact right time. When you get a guy like Nolan Smith off of IR, Brandon Graham re-ups, who, let me just say, is not going to be a savior, but still will be an upgrade over what you had before. I love the addition of Jaelan Phillips. The addition of Michael Carter is the second most intriguing to me, not necessarily for Michael Carter being some incredible nickel corner, but what it means for Cooper DeJean. Because Fangio has talked often about the versatility of Cooper DeJean. I mean, Cooper DeJean is now a guy that's playing about 98% of the defensive snaps. He's not doing all of that at the nickel spot. He's doing the majority of it there, but not all of it. He's been playing on the outside a lot more throughout this season. I'm curious to see how much this puts him out there full time and how much Michael Carter takes over the nickel position for this Eagles defense. Jair Alexander, I think the Eagles look at this as, hey, very low risk, high reward situation where it's not going to take much to be better than Keely Ringo if he's got to go out there and play in the outside. It's not going to take much to be better than Adoree Jackson or a healthy Jacorian Bennett even. And maybe Christian Parker, the Eagles secondary coach, who was a secondary coach, defensive back coach there out there in Green Bay when Jair Alexander was going through his best years not too long ago in the NFL. Maybe the Eagles feel like they can crack a code on this guy and have him return to something close to what he was playing at just a few short years ago. Now, I don't have a lot of hopes for that. I think that's grasping at straws. But when you have struggled at that position throughout the season, I don't mind Howie Roseman going out there and continue to shake the tree and see what falls out in terms of getting more depth on this defense at the cornerback spot.
I had been, I've been given some intel because Jaelan Phillips, of course, played at the University of Miami.
Yes.
And he's represented by Drew Rosenhaus. And we were told last Wednesday, or was it, whatever the day was prior to Chris Grier being fired, that Howie had contacted Chris Grier, the former general manager of the Miami Dolphins. And Chris Grier's attitude was very cold on moving anybody. Well, the owner had a garage sale, and he tried to put everybody out there. And so Drew Rosenhaus, and let's not forget something else, Clint Hurtt's a former Cane himself. And so there's a relationship between Drew Rosenhaus and Robert Bailey and all these guys. And so what they did was they were trying to orchestrate this behind the scenes. Vic really loves the kid. The kid's a really likable guy. By the way, he's throttled to play in Philadelphia. He is so excited to play. Mm-hmm. I contact him back and forth. We've had conversations. And his attitude was like, I want to get out of here. So he didn't want to go public with it. So they fired Chris Grier, and that's how this thing ended up happening. And so this has been orchestrated for an entire week. It just had to get Chris Grier out of the way. I think he's going to help, like you said, Jalen Carter a ton, don't you? Because here's what I look at Jalen Carter. You see Josh Sweat on Monday night? He gets Walter Nolan next to him. He's all over the field like he was in the Super Bowl. Jalen Carter has been this. Has this been too harsh of a criticism of him in the first half? He's been undisciplined. He came in out of shape. He's been spotty at best. And in a year where you're going to maybe get $35 million, don't you think he's one of the players that has to step his ass up in the second half here?
Absolutely. Now, numbers I was referencing earlier, you're talking about a guy who, like Milton Williams, I think is at 14%, 15% in terms of winning his battles at the line of scrimmage. Yeah. That's pretty good. I didn't expect Milton Williams to be that high without Jalen Carter playing next to him, but he has exceeded Jalen Carter as far as that numbers goes, which I do put a lot of stock in because you're not always going to get the sack. Other things have to go right. You're not always going to get the quarterback hit or the pressure, but win your battle at the line of scrimmage. Jalen Carter has done that at a really good clip this year. Moro Ajomo, speaking of guys that have kind of jumped off the page, has done that as well. But Jalen Carter is in a similar situation that I think you and I were looking at with Jordan Davis last year, which was, hey, man, you got that big contract, that big carrot is being dangled out in front of you. You got to see the sexy numbers out there. It can't just be about percentages and analytics. It's got to be about how much you're getting after that quarterback, how much you're opening up things for guys around you. Well, Eagles right now have 16 sacks on the season. 16. That is the fifth fewest total, I believe, in the NFL. Pretty terrible.
Yeah.
Now, I understand that you don't have Josh Sweat here anymore. I understand that Nolan Smith, the guy that you were really going to be relying on to get those kinds of numbers this season, hasn't been available. He's played 3 games. They just opened up his practice window. Hopefully, he'll be able to play against the Packers on Monday night. Jaelan Hunt has not taken a giant leap forward, but has improved, I think, small throughout the season.
I agree. I do.
But let's not. I mean, you don't have to be Columbo here to realize. Hold on a second. You brought in Zadarius Smith, who nobody was after. He lasted a couple of weeks and was like, "Yeah, no thanks, I'm out." You brought back Brandon Graham, who apparently you coaxed into retirement because you thought you were so solid at the position. Now all of a sudden, Howie admits to calling BG and be like, "Hey, we're kind of in the market for an edge rusher. You really staying in shape?" Next thing you know, he's signed. And now you've traded at the trade deadline for an edge rusher. So it is a position of great need. This Eagles defense for the rest of the season, I think, is going to look a lot different than what you saw through the first 8 games of the season, because guys are getting healthy. And I think you have made one major acquisition in Jaelan Phillips and another good acquisition that makes me really curious about the usage of Cooper DeJean going forward. Not just an outside corner, but maybe they also want to dabble with him at safety, depending on how Drew Makuba fares throughout the rest of his rookie season. I think this defense is going to look a lot different in the second half of the year than they did through the first 8 games.
Couple last ones here for you, Farzi. Thanks for playing hurt here with me.
Absolutely.
How come everybody in Philly has a problem with this story? And you tell me if you do as well. Okay, here's the story of the Eagles so far with Howie Roseman. Howie went cheap in the offseason by not wait a minute. Let me start here. Can't sign everybody. Okay,
Right.
Everybody knows that. Can't sign everybody. That's the famous Eagle lines for all the fans. Can't sign everybody. Okay. Well, then the players he brought in were not good enough.
Yeah.
Okay. Fast forward. He pivoted. He realized these guys weren't. I think the story is him pivoting, actually, more so than anything else, because a lot of general managers won't pivot off mistakes. He's made 9 trades since the beginning of the start of the season in September to right now. And you're like, he's admitting that the players that they brought in were not good enough. It's almost like it's an indictment. Angelo said this. So what? You want to give a guy credit for lighting the house on fire and then throwing water on it to put the fire out? Is that kind of what we're doing here? You tell me.
Yeah.
Is he admitting his mistakes?
Absolutely. There's no other way to look. 2 weeks ago, I had talked about him. I think it was with you as well. It's just like, this has not been a good year for Howie. Like, there's no hiding this. Chauncey Gardner-Johnson, okay, you trade him. Again, we know the ending when you don't have Chauncey Gardner-Johnson, and nobody likes it, by the way. And you bring in Kenyon Green. That didn't work. Where's Kenyon Green? You let Fred Johnson go. Then all of a sudden, before the season starts, you're like, I need Fred Johnson back. And you get Fred Johnson back here. So now you got to trade for him. You thought you had, I guess, the answer at edge rusher with Nolan Smith. He couldn't stay healthy. It's one of the reasons that you let a guy like Josh Sweat go. You again coaxed Brandon Graham into retirement, thinking that Jaelan Hunt was up for a bigger step forward. That didn't work. I mentioned Zadarius Smith already. Jahad Campbell has played very well for the Eagles this season. That was obviously a good first-round pick at the end of the first round. But other than that, it's really leaving a lot to be desired. The offense, this is another thing we have to get used to here. The Eagles are paying a running back. The Eagles are paying a linebacker. We've never seen this in Philadelphia. So the cash allotment is what it is, unfortunately. And I think the thing that took the biggest hit, unfortunately, was offensive line depth. Tyler Steen, I don't think anybody expected him to play at the level that Mekhi Becton was, but I don't think anybody expected this much of a drop-off at the right guard spot. So that's been a problem. Offensive line hasn't been allowed to get healthy because you don't have the depth there. Maybe now you do with Brett Toth at center, more so than him at left guard in the event that Cam Jurgens can't play. But it has been a lot of struggles throughout this year. And yeah, Howie this season has not played his cards well. There's really no other way to look at it. So when you go to the trade deadline, yeah, he better go out there and make sure he gets another corner or two, which he did. He better go out there and get an edge rusher because you don't have one on this team that he can really rely on. Even Nolan Smith's talent level, his injury history doesn't lend it to trustworthy. So yes, I think that you look at the Howie Roseman situation right now and you go, okay, going into this trade deadline, he had some mistakes to correct. And I think he did a good job in at least acknowledging the mistakes, not doubling down on them, saying, no. You wait and see. You wait and see. This will work. He acknowledged it, and they, I think, upgraded their roster.
Okay, now, finally here. I want you as a sports host, and you know how we and I do this show, and how we do business here. We are always looking at something to dissect and to take away. A.J. Brown, follow me here on this. So first you have to follow me here. Do you believe that Howie really did offer up, where people are saying that the Eagles offered up 3 first-rounders for Myles Garrett? A lot of people, Adam Schefter's even saying, do you buy that they wanted Garrett that bad, that he offered? And by the way, for the record, the Browns didn't want to do it, okay? Mm-hmm. They didn't want to do it. Do you believe there's some context to that the Eagles wanted that player?
I believe they wanted him. I believe they absolutely called on him. I don't believe that they were offering 3 firsts for them.
Even when they're down in the 30s, they're down 32nd. They're not really high premium picks.
Right.
They're first rounders. I'll give you that. But we're not talking about 5th and 6th round, 5th picks in the first round. We're talking high second round basically here.
Yes.
Okay. If you're looking at where you think the Eagles are finishing. So maybe 3 was needed and not 2. In your opinion, I mean, do you think that there was a real viable shot to go after him?
Yeah, I believe there's a real shot to go after him, but I don't think it was something that the Eagles were willing to offer up. And it basically goes down to, and the reason being for that, the reason is not just because it seems by some people's ears when they hear 3 first-round picks, they think, oh, I better get a franchise quarterback for that, But the Eagles have not only told us but shown us the plan. They want to pay Quentin Mitchell. They want to pay Cooper DeJean. They obviously are already paying, their offensive line. They're paying Saquon Barkley. They're paying Zach Bond. They're obviously still paying 2 wide receivers and Jalen Hurts set the market before, the money went absolutely crazy. They're showing you that in not bringing back a guy like Chauncey Gardner-Johnson, in drafting a rookie at that spot, that they want as many opportunities to sort of reset the clock in terms of who they owe money to and when they owe money to them. So Myles Garrett comes on the books, and all of a sudden, holy pots and pans, you're looking at a lot of money right there. So I don't think that they were going to tie that up in one player. I would have loved it. I don't like concerning myself with the money for the very old cliche that it ain't my money. But knowing what the Eagles have done and what the Eagles have already told us, they want to make sure that they can pay their own guys. And I do think there is more than just a little element of truth to that.
Okay, well then, so you're buying some of it here. Why wouldn't
they were interested? I know they were interested.
Okay.
I know they didn't want to pay the full price.
Why wouldn't Eagle fans think then that other teams were calling Howie for A.J. Brown and offering up a package of 2 1s or what have you? Because I heard Jeffrey Lurie on with Diane Rossini somewhere. I think it was a podcast or was at the NFL owner meetings. And he said this, we love A.J. Brown, but at the end of the day, we're going to do what's best, and I'm paraphrasing, for this franchise at all times. And Howie's answer was a lawyer's answer. He never said no.
Right.
That he wouldn't move him when asked if people were inquiring about him. How much of this second half of the season do you think really dictates if A.J. Brown is on this football team in 2026 in September of next year?
I think it's a matter of really no matter what happens this year, I think he's done.
I do too.
I don't think, look, him and Jalen Hurts on the sideline at the end of that Super Bowl when they're talking about mutual respect for one another, they're proud of each other, blah, blah, blah. That's great. That's a beautiful moment. That doesn't mend fences. And look, Brandon Graham, when he spoke out of turn last year and said that they're not as close as they used to be, something happened. He wasn't lying. He maybe spoke out of turn when he was talking about 2 other people's relationship, but I don't think he was lying. And you know what? If they're not boys anymore, so what? As long as they connect on the football field. But I referenced this to you before, but I do think it's very telling. when A.J. Brown was asked at training camp, what's left? You've won a Super Bowl. You've been a top-tier wide receiver in your generation of receivers and all that. What's left? He said legacy. I don't hate that answer, but it's not my favorite answer. My favorite answer is more Super Bowls. His
In
answer
Philly.
was legacy. In Philly.
In
Right,
Philly.
more Super Bowls in Philly. I think one of the reasons he has been outspoken, and I think a lot of people, if you've had any job in any walk of life and you kind of know it's coming to a close, you just start speaking your mind and you say what's on your mind. I think he understands that he's not happy here. Other people realize he's not happy here. He still realizes he could still win here. And if he keeps playing at a high level and tries to do an impression of a good Boy Scout, then he might be able to get that money that he's still owed in his contract for the rest of that contract somewhere else.
Let me tell you, what you're saying right now is not going over well with many of the AJites, because I will tell you, dude, listen, I'm with you. I don't think he's happy here. I do not think he's happy in this offense.
Yeah.
And I mean, his actions and the way he carries himself. My question would be this, though, Farzy, how much does that affect his play? Is it going to be good? I mean, now we're look, and today I guess he was like limited in practice or something. I don't remember him getting hurt. I guess in the Minnesota game, he tweaked his hamstring. And again, hamstrings are funny. I get it. I'm not questioning the guy because the guy's going after numbers, like you said. But, bro, I don't think the guy's happy here.
Yeah, he's not. I mean, for all the AJites, like let me make something very clear. I don't have any posters of athletes on my wall anymore. Okay, for two reasons. I grew up and at this stage,
all them Sports Illustrated covers have been taken down. Is that right?
Yeah, right, exactly. Well, except for one, Kathy Ireland swimsuit issue. Anyway, so the child in me. Anyway, the thing with AJ Brown is he continues to tell you there's a problem. Like, I love AJ Brown, and it's funny. The one thing that he actually did that pissed me off, everybody else loved, and it was the book. That was just because I don't like anybody doing anything on the sidelines that's not football. Okay, everything else I've defended AJ Brown with. It's not defendable anymore. You can't continue to be, to light a fire and then be pissed off about smoke. Like, that doesn't make any sense. So when a guy is throughout the season telling you there's a problem, and then you say, what's the problem? And he goes, well, I can't talk about it. Well, okay, then why are you opening up that door? Why are you putting it out on social media after you just had a 100-yard plus game and 2 touchdowns, using me but not using me? You know how that's going to be read. You know how that's going to be taken. So I give this Eagles locker room a lot of credit because whatever he does doesn't seem to really bother him all that much outside of press conferences. But then you have the other side of it where you see a game like Tampa Bay where Jalen Hurts is clearly forcing A.J. Brown the football for some dumb reason. 2 of the plays he's not even open. One was missed by a missed throw by Jaelan. Another, he's not even open, so he's forcing the ball to. Is it because he knows he's going to hear it from AJ, or he's going to hear it through the grapevine that AJ is upset? I think AJ Brown at this point is going to try to be as close to the good Boy Scout as he could be for the rest of the year, and then seek happiness somewhere else. And I don't. By the way, I'm not rooting for that. AJ Brown is one of the best wide receivers I've ever seen in the Eagles uniform. I want him to be here. Why he keeps half-ass airing the dirty laundry is beyond me.
Absolutely. I'd be remiss if I didn't ask you this one last one, playing hurt. Green Bay, they win Monday, right?
I just love that a guy that played professional football is talking to me with my little sniffles about me playing hurt.
Sorry, you got the sniffles, folks.
I got the bad case of the sniffles.
I probably wouldn't do it if you weren't Italian, so just keep that in mind, too.
Yeah. I'll just do the old, boil the...
If you were just a white dude, I wouldn't do it. So just know that you're a paisan here. So they do win Monday, right?
Yeah, I'll boil the wine and the honey together and all that. Say the prayer. Yes, I think the Eagles are set up for a great
chest. You're ready to go. I got under the
I think they're set up for a great run in the second half. I mean, the Eagles, not just for the trade deadline, but also what happened during the bye week. Like, first off, they don't everyone talks on Thursday about the mini bye week. Oh, they got the Thursday night game, so they got the mini bye week after that. Well, this, I guess, would be the mega bye week, where they have the bye week and then they play on Monday, not Sunday.
I know.
So that's a great mix right there for the Eagles. Then you see the Cowboys absolutely wet the bed. Then you see the Packers. Oh, man, they did something worse than wet the bed against the Panthers. The Lions, who you also have. These are the next 3 teams the Eagles face. The Lions don't look so good there against the Vikings. And this is who the Eagles are facing? Like, this is what you bring me? You know what I mean? I love this. And I know Micah Parsons is a phenomenally talented football player, but Lane Johnson loves tossing that guy around. And the Eagles just look like a team that are set to make a pretty damn good run again after their bye week, now heading into the playoffs.
I thought I could have swore I heard someone in there. Look at that there. I mean, I thought I heard some of that in – I heard some of the Italian in there in you there. Brother, I appreciate you very much. Thank you so much. I mean, what do you got? Like a sore throat or something there? What are we going
I
with?
got just a little nasal congestion. Both kids came down with strep, not on me. My son came down with the flu, okay? My wife had a little sniffle there for a minute. Now it's my turn where I got a little bit of that. I very rarely ever get like full-blown sick, okay?
I hide in my room when my kid and my wife get. I just hide in my room.
Yeah, I want to be left alone. Just leave me alone. I don't want anyone taking care of me. Just leave me alone, and that's how I get better. But unfortunately, as you know, in this business, Silz, you got to do the show. The show must go on.
That's right.
You got to watch the games. There's no like, oh, I'm gonna get a full 8 hours tonight. High school, I think was the last time I got a full 8 hours. So yeah.
Just when I thought I was out, they pull me back in. How you doing, brother? Thank you so much, man. I really appreciate it. Good health to you, my friend.
Thank you, brother. Appreciate it, man. See ya.
You got it. That is Mark Farzetta. We appreciate it. By the way, I'm going to check out that show of his because I like that stuff talking about, you know, the greats of the past too and what it would be like now. I want to hit on that. He said that A.J. Brown's miserable in Philly. I think I added the word miserable. A.J.'s miserable in Philly. Okay? Or I think he may have said unhappy. I think I said miserable. And I think that's a good tweet. All right. Got to pay some bills here. Do me a favor, my friends. You saw John Morgan on with us yesterday. Our friends at Morgan & Morgan want you to know the #1 injury law firm in all of America is indeed Morgan & Morgan. With over $30 billion recovered. For families across this country, this is exactly why Morgan & Morgan was created, was defending families like yours with thousands of attorneys from coast to coast, whether you've been injured on the job or anywhere. Do me a favor. This will be the biggest decision, the easiest decision, I should say, that you'll ever make. Go to forthepeople.com/Big Silz or pound law 529. That's forthepeople.com/Big Silz or pound law 529. And do me a favor. You tell them Big Silz sent you.
This is Eric. When he got injured in a car accident, he called Morgan & Morgan. He not only gets a lawyer, he gets trial lawyers like Sam and Jessica who are in it to win it. He gets his own investigators with briefcases, leather ones. And if you ever have questions, our customer service folks keep things rolling. Injured? We're your army. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm.
Ignite your nights with free live entertainment daily, only at Live Casino and Hotel Philadelphia's Center Bar. 7 days a week, enjoy some of the region's top party bands, performers, and DJs as they take the stage in the heart of the casino action. Great cocktails, live music, and lively moments. It's all happening at Center Bar at Live Casino and Hotel Philadelphia. Visit livecasinophilly.com for more details and the complete list of upcoming events. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
This is Eric. When he got injured in a car accident, he called Morgan & Morgan. He not only gets a lawyer, he gets trial lawyers like Sam and Jessica who are in it to win it. He gets his own investigators with briefcases, leather ones. And if you ever have questions, our customer service folks keep things rolling. Injured? We're your army. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm.
Welcome to the Jet Setters and the High Rollers, to the Shot Takers and the Tastemakers. Welcome to the Viewfinders, the Thrill Seekers, and the Night Owls. Welcome to everything you could possibly want on one 5-mile island. Welcome to the Wildwoods. Book your stay today.
In our hometown, we all look out for each other. We go the extra mile to lend a helping hand. We step up to keep our communities going strong. And at Independence Blue Cross, we're here to keep you going strong. We've been deeply rooted in our communities for more than 85 years. And that connection to members has earned us our spot as the #1 health insurer in the region. So while you look out for your neighbors, know IBX is always looking out for you.
Your gut says Miami is going to win, and you should take the over. Your gut also said your NFT selfies would only go up in value. They didn't. But your head is on Sports Grid and knows the QB is in concussion protocol. The backup has a 45 QBR against the zone coverage. The New York D has the most sacks in the league. So yeah, trust your head. It's smarter to be on Sports Grid.
EAGLES. Eagles.
Big Silz National Football Show. Do me a favor. Please hit that like button. We appreciate all of you coming aboard with us here. Thank you guys very much. So A.J. Brown's miserable, according to Mark Farzad on Philly. Do I really believe that? Is he miserable? I think this affects him going into the second half of the season here. Either positive or negative. What was his status today? What did we get with him today on his what did we get today on the injury report with the Eagles? What was the injury report on him? What did they list him as? I think he listed him as, if I'm not mistaken, I think they listed him as not full-time, right? Wasn't a full participant today. And that's what they listed him at. I heard he was out there practicing. I think that relationship going into the second half of the season is going to be interesting to watch. If I were him, in my opinion, I'd give the best effort I possibly could, because if you do want out at the end of the year, first off, how many people believe that 2025 is A.J. Brown's final season? So you and Mark sit there and talk smack the whole time, talk tons of negative. I don't think we talked negative at all about the Eagles. What was negative? What didn't you like that was negative, Darren? Tell me. That you improved your edge room? Let's see. That you're going to win Monday? What are you talking about, dingbat? Help me out here. I think both of us are saying you're winning Monday. What negative did we say to you that you didn't like? That everything wasn't a glazed donut for you? Is that right, Darren? What a dune cough. Two guys said, we think you're going to win on Monday night. The fuck are you talking about? You just made that up, douchebag. Jalen Hurts can't read defenses. Don't care. Hey, dude. Well, all that may be true. He's 6-2. Okay? He's 6-2. He's never going to get 1,500 yards in this offense. He's not ever going to be in that conversation for 1,500 yards. He's going to be around 1,200 yards. As long as Saquon Barkley is on this team, A.J. Brown will never be a 1,500-yard guy. But you're going to win. This comes down to being a team guy. He doesn't want to sacrifice his numbers. If you want to win Super Bowls, you sacrifice your numbers. Okay? Bro, one of the best against the blitz, then why does he take 45 sacks a year? If he's so good against the blitz, why is he at the top and in the top 5 every year in sacks? If he's so good against the blitz. You keep saying and thinking that Hurts is good against the blitz when he's one of the top guys in the league in taking quarterback sacks. I mean, God. Hurts film study include look, I think he's doing all right this year. I really do. I don't really glaze over what people in Philly are talking about, how he's not playing MVP football to me. I think he's really efficient in what they're doing. I think he's good. I think he's played well. Look, the Giant game, if you're putting that, in my opinion, as a game and a testament to how his season looks, then I don't know. I don't agree with it. I just don't. The Giant game, the two Giant games don't mean shit to me, win or lose. He just happens to have 11 touchdowns against the Blitz, along with 90 sacks. There you go. Okay. Okay. Great. So he throws touchdowns and he takes a boatload of sacks. Okay, congratulations. It's quite a dynamic. Now, I agree with that. Some of those sack numbers we see in a game where he'll run out of bounds. And like, I remember a game we saw where there was like 5 sacks in the game. Like 2 of them were like he ran out of bounds and they were not good. I agree with you. I think he feels like he's already sacrificed and he's made it to 2 Super Bowls and got a ring. Some people do this. So he sacrificed it already, and now he wants legacy to be a Hall of Famer. Donald, I don't think you're wrong. I think that's exactly where he is. Okay? Get this. He says that's legitimately the majority of them all. I want to show you how fucking stupid that take is once again. Reyes is the king of stupidity. Here are the guys that lead the NFL in sacks. Cam Ward, Jalen Hurts, Justin Fields, Geno Smith, Trevor Lawrence, Carson Wentz, and Jackson Dart. It's quite a list, kid. Let's see where Josh Allen is. Jalen Hurts right now has taken 25 sacks. Josh Allen has played in 8 games the same. He's taken 17. 17 is actually high for him. Nice job, kid. Completely stupid-ass comment once again. But you're the professional at it. But if he throws the ball away, his completion percentage goes down. So what? So what? You're not turning the ball over. Who cares about completion percentage when you know he throws the ball away? I'd rather have a guy throw the ball away. Okay? Oh, no, but Jalen Hurts doesn't. Josh Allen now, he uses his legs more. Let's take a look at that. See if that be correct. Let's see how many here. So according to him, he says Josh Allen uses his wheels more. Okay? Josh Allen. Let's take a look at this. Josh Allen uses his wheels more, according to Reyes. Bro, your boy's not anywhere near this guy. Stop debating that. It's fucking dumb. I'm not even going to entertain any of that shit. So let's see what he's got in 8 games. He's got 280 yards. That may be more than Jalen's this year. Actually, I don't think Jalen's run the ball. I think there was a game where he didn't have any. So you may be right on this one here with in this year. I don't think he's run the ball as much this year as he's run in previous years when it came to using his wheels. He's done a great job, though, extended plays. Well, yeah, he's got 207, and Jalen Hurts he's got 207, and what's his name has 73 yards more. So, wow, you got him by 70 yards. Congratulations to you. Yeah. This topic, tired, but the AB thing is wild and interesting. What AB thing? I'm not sure. Bills ran 4 tush pushes, the same bozos that voted against it. That's pretty funny. Silz, as of right now, What is every team's biggest need in the division for the next couple years in the draft? Depending on what Jaelan Phillips does, you need a corner right now. You need a corner. This is what I would say. Okay, I'd go here. The Eagles need a corner. Cowboys need an edge. And O-line. Giants, fill in the blank. Antonio Brown, what is this now? He's being charged with attempted murder. Is that true? Antonio Brown? Let me see here. Is he being charged with that? Antonio Brown? How many people believe that A.J. Brown's a better player than Antonio Brown? Hey, you think A.J. Brown's a better player than Antonio Brown? This story's never going to end right. I told people this when he took off his jersey in the Jets game when he was with the Bucs. Okay? Yeah, A.J. Brown's not better than Antonio Brown. And when? Where? You crazy guy. There's nothing A.J. Brown has done better than Antonio Brown. Nothing. Yeah, that story was never going to end well. Antonio Brown extradited from Dubai back to United States facing attempted murder case. Here's Antonio Brown and his career, which is legendary. 124, 110 receptions, 129 led the NFL, 136 led the NFL, 106, 101, 104, 1698, 1499, 1200, 1834, 1284, 1533, 1297. He's got 12,291 receiving yards. He's got over 900 receptions, 928. A.J. Brown will never, ever come close to any of those numbers in his entire career. This guy's a Hall of Fame guy. And unfortunately, with all the things that have gone on in his career, he's never going to get to that position where he'll be voted for a Hall of Fame. Seals, you asked if A.J. Brown thing is true. That's what I said. Oh, I'm sorry. Excuse me, my friend. Apologize. That's what you're paid on. That's how you make the Hall of Fame, is based on your accomplishments. You don't go to the Hall of Fame based on Super Bowls. You go based on your those are called accomplishments, my friends. AB played with 2 Hall of Fame quarterbacks. A.J. Brown isn't playing with a Hall of Fame passer. What do you want me to say about that? That's called luck of the draw. And I'll say this to you. How many Hall of Fame quarterbacks outside of Kurt Warner did the guy in Arizona play with? Can you name me one? Like I said, well, you don't know what you're talking about. That's how you go to the Hall of Fame. That's how you're paid. I keep trying to express that to you. But once again, you bet their accomplishments. That's how Randy Moss and so he's saying this. Randy Moss, Terrell Owens, those guys, that's all stats, and that's how they made the Hall of Fame. Well, you're right. Kurt Warner for Larry Fitz. Yeah, well, outside of Kurt Warner, I said, who did Larry Fitzgerald play with? Larry Fitzgerald's going to the Pro Football Hall of Fame. How many Hall of Fame wide receivers is Patrick Mahomes or Josh Allen creating? 0, because there was none in there. Thanks for always engaging. Best show on YouTube. Thank you so much, Tyler. Seals, do you agree with this? I think Sean McVay peaks end September to mid-December, then declines. I think what kills Sean McVay, okay? I think what kills Sean McVay is his lack of running game in the postseason. I think that's what kills McVay. And Xander brought it up. The kid Williams putting the ball on the carpet stalls every bit of momentum. I think they need to have an upgrade at running back. Well, how did they win the Super Bowl? Was Todd Gurley on that team when they won the Super Bowl? Was he on that team? I don't remember. When they won that Super Bowl, I don't think so. I know he wasn't on that team. I can't think who was on that Rams team that won that Super Bowl that ran the football. I think Gurley was on that Super Bowl team that got beat by the Patriots. But I don't remember who was the running back. But they got to upgrade the running back. I think it kills them. And I think that's what kills the Rams as they get into the postseason is their lack of running game. Cam Akers was their running game. I mean, one thing he was, though, was reliable. You know, he didn't put the ball on the carpet. I think that's what kills the Rams. I think they can go from 20 to 20, but anytime that they really have to sustain drives, I think their running game hurts them. And you've been great, Hurts, so I will answer. Serious question. Why do you have such a hate boner against AJ? You've hated the dude since we got him. He had torn nudes or something. Okay, well, that last thing is stupid, bud. I don't know if I hated him. I don't think I do hate him. As a matter of fact, I think he's a great football player. I don't think I've ever said at any time I hate A.J. Brown. I mean, I just don't like the fact that I hate the fact that you guys don't know who he is. That's my problem. You don't have any idea who your guy is. This is about him. This isn't about team. It's not hate. He doesn't want to be a teammate. He doesn't want to sacrifice. He hates that last. Let me tell you, John McMullen's right. If you didn't win that Super Bowl, it would have been holy hell this offseason. You know, that passing game with the quarterback being 27th in passing. You think A.J. Brown wants to be on the team with the 27th rated passing attack? Absolutely not. Silz literally said that A.J.'s a top 3 wide receiver. Absolutely. As a matter of fact, I think he's one of my favorite, if not my favorite receiver to have on my team. Guy blocks in the run game, knocks dudes out, makes tough catches. I don't know where you got that from, guy. Again, another made-up shit. Do you think the Chiefs don't have a shot at winning the Super Bowl with their lack of a run game? You know what, dude? Every time, Senor, I say this, and I bet against 15, I am wrong. 15 figures a way to get it done, and they get in there. Okay? Now, here, this is not wrong. AJ's a diva, but you act like he's a can. That's not fucking true. Wait, I think he is a cancer in a way that he distracts from the goal of winning a Super Bowl. I think that's a fact. I won't waver off that. This guy's worried about personal accomplishments. Everyone else is worried about team accomplishments. Does everybody agree with that? Okay? Yeah, that's why I cover them. I cover things I hate. Once again, that's what makes M. Reyes the guy with the ultimate offer. I mean, the guy's the ultimate offer. AJ feels he already sacrificed. Yeah, I buy that. You talk about him like he's the only player in the NFL that wants stats. No, I talk about him like every other wide receiver in the NFL. He doesn't want the offense in Philly to go through Barkley. I told you this before. Saquon Barkley being on this football team. A.J. Brown will never be happy with Barkley on this team because the game won't go through him. Situationally and spotty sometimes, it will. Every other game, it won't be a consistent game and a passing game like every other NFL team because the quarterback's limited and because they know how to win games. The Philadelphia Eagles are built to counter the league right now. They're the anti-NFL. NFL wants passing numbers. NFL wants big scores. NFL wants 31-30 games. The Eagles don't want to play 31-30 games. The Eagles want to play 25, 27 to 10 games. That's not what the NFL wants. AJ said the Eagles need AJ, just not against the Giants. Yeah. I didn't think they needed him against the Giants, and they didn't. Silz, Antonio Brown is facing attempted murder charges. Listen, I'm going to make one more comment to you about A.J. Brown. Did you think it? Wait, this story's not over yet. Look, I don't want to talk about this guy because on what happened to the guy in Dallas today. Out of respect for him. Because this is ending horribly. This is ending horribly. How many? Listen, I won't even ask the question. I'll just put this out there. Don't answer it. How do you think this story is going to end with Antonio Brown? How do you guys think this? Where's this going? He's running out of options in his life. Where do you think this is ending? Where do you think it's going? You're hoping prison. You're hoping prison. Where did you think the Aaron Hernandez story was going to end? How many times do you have to see stories like this? Where do you think this is going? Cemetery or prison? Right. It's not going to end anywhere else. Because some guys are football players from the time they're born until the time they're dead. And that's all they'll ever know. Some guys can't put the game behind them. Some guys struggle with mental illness. If anything today shows you about the players that play this game, Antonio Brown and the unfortunate story in Dallas tell you all you need to know. Jaelan and Antonio Brown are the ugliness of the league. Yeah. That's right. Hopefully, correct me if I'm wrong. What happened? Wasn't Hernandez in jail? He was asked today if he wanted to be here. His Antonio Brown situation is from when he got jumped in an attempted robbery. He chased after people and shot after them. I know the Dade County cops, who I know down there, gave me the whole rundown of what happened. I know what happened. And they went looking for him, and he fled. I think at one time Rosenhaus was repping him too. I don't mind the AJ drama. I'd rather have it all out there in the open as opposed to the old Pats having a literal murderer on their team and keeping it hidden. Silz, is Jaelan Phillips the type of player to step in? Yes. Yes. He's a great kid. You guys, you know what? I wrote that down. You guys are going to fall in love with Jaelan Phillips. Wait till you see him play Monday. Okay? How was he viewed by his teammates down in Miami? Wonderfully. He's a great teammate. Great teammate. He loves the game of football. Let me give you a comparison. His teammates are going to fall in love with him. He's just a wonderful teammate. He's going to fall in love with Philly. He's really revered in Miami and South Florida right now. You guys should be thrilled, and you should be very excited to watch him play. I think he's going to have a big fucking game Monday night. Would I shock me if he had a couple sacks, some impact plays, an interception? I think he's going to be wonderful for you on Monday. I'm going to temper it. I'm not going to go. I told him I'm excited for him. I can't wait to watch him play. I mean, I just can't. I told Robert Bailey. Robert Bailey goes, he is just jacked up, excited. Clint Hurt and everybody, they're so excited about him. He's got energy about him. He's kind of BG, but by the way, he is a shit talker too. Let me. That's a good question. I'll show you this. I was talking to somebody in the Rosenhaus firm, and I got to pull this spreadsheet up. And somebody sent this to me that what they're looking for. I'm not supposed to show this again. Jaelan Phillips. Okay. They're looking at somewhere like 4 years with the void year there, and like $80 million. So that's what I think he's going to be in the conversation for. Okay. I think it's going to be somewhere in there. 4 years. 4 years, 84 million, something like that. I think it's going to be kind of like a Josh Sweat deal. You know, like 19 to 24. Now, again, if he comes in and he gives you 6 sacks, 7 sacks, and he's a complete impact player and he's changing games around, that number's going to escalate, obviously. Okay? So it's going to be somewhere in there. Let's see. And he hasn't been healthy enough to deserve that. Well, listen, he's going to get that. Okay, well, he's gonna get that money. He's got Drew Rosenhaus as his agent. Okay. Dean Phillips, Blankenship, Davis Goddard, most likely some tough decisions this offseason. Well, here, let me do this to you. I put that's I had this as a topic yesterday. I didn't bring it up. And I put all my show topics on a screen, and I wrote this here. Okay. This is what I have here. These are going to be your free agents in 2026. Dallas Goedert, is he back in 26? Will he be on your football team in 26? Yes or no? Why would Dallas Goedert come back? Especially if he wins another Super Bowl. You told him to take a $4 million pay cut. Why would he come back? He's having a really good year. Reduced price? Bullshit. If he's on pace for 15 touchdowns and 750 yards in that passing offense, he'll go to Kansas City and sign a nice contract. Dallas Goedert in a passing offense and being somewhere else, he'll get bigger numbers. He's on pace for 15 TDs. If he gets 10 plus TDs and 700 yards, that's a career year in that passing offense. He'll sign a hell of a contract. I don't think it'll be a long one, but he's going to get a pay increase. I think if they re-sign Dallas Goedert, that would be only because he wants to come back. I'll tell you what, Goddard and the Giants and Jackson Dart would be interesting. Jackson Dart in Kansas City, if Travis Kelce retires, would be interesting. That's where I got Goddard going. Remember I said this. I think Goddard is a prime target for Kansas City in the offseason. He won't be that super expensive. He'll be expensive, but not super expensive. And he'll be with Patrick Mahomes. And he could be there. Then you draft a guy in the draft in the second or third round, and you prepare a guy to take over for Goddard. Okay? So to me, I could see him in a place where he's in Kansas City. So I would say Kansas City. Jair Alexander's not coming back. How about Jahan Dotson? Jahan Dotson's a free agent at the end of this year. He's been probably the best number 3 wide receiver the Eagles have ever had in the Sirianni era. Depending on the money, would you bring him back? New England would be a spot. They got a pretty good tight end up there now. How about Jahan Dotson? Let him walk? Draft a guy? He's a number 3 dude. You want to keep that position cheap? You keep that position and your right guard position cheap. I like Dotson. I think Dotson's been a pretty good number 3. I think it depends on the money, but I'd probably let him walk too. Jaelan Phillips, we just talked about. What about Azeez Ojulari? You want him back? You let him walk. Yeah. Hunter Henry. Yeah, Hunter Henry's looking good up there in New England. I remember Hunter Henry when he was with the Chargers. I believe he had Phillip Rivers, maybe not, but I remember Hunter Henry. He took over for Antonio Gates, and then I think Herbert had him for a little bit. He's a pretty good football player. He is. He's a pretty good ball player, man. I like him. Probably let him walk. How about Reed Blankenship? He's a free agent. What do you do with Reed? I'm letting Reed walk. How about this? I'll offer Reed $7 million. And if you think that's undercutting him, now, with the new additions in the secondary, he might play better in the second half. But I'd offer him $7 million. And if his agent, this new agent guy that they've hired, I think it's the Houston guy, Magola. Hey, bro, have at it. You want to think the grass is greener on the other side? Good luck to you. I don't believe. Right. I'm with you there, Dodd. See you later, dude. I know that, hey, if you can let Gardner Johnson go, you can let Reed Blankenship go. I don't think he's special. Brandon Graham, I think we understand. Brandon Mann, Joshua Uche, Dory Jackson. I'm letting all these guys walk. Fred Johnson, I may offer Fred. Fred right now is making 1.3. Give Fred 1.5. I'll bring him back. A.J. Dillon, letting him walk. Kobe Dean. What are you doing with Dean? These are all free agents in 2026 for the Eagles. Yeah, keep Fred. He's not going to cost you shit. I think they learned that lesson. I'm good with Fred coming back. I like Fred. I think Fred, I think Fred's all good. What about Dean? What are you doing with him? $8 million? Let's see here. Let's put that out there. And let's see what we have here. There's an NFLPA thing that's really cool. And what it is I'll tell you what it is. It gives you the market value of the players. And I'll tell you what it is. This is where I get my information from. And how I look at a player. Okay. Free agency 26. He's never going to take $6 million. He's never going to take $6 million. No fucking way. He's got a market value right now of $6 million. Now you have to ask yourself, if you're Kobe Dean, wait a minute. Now, if I go in the open market and I sign a contract, it's worked out for TJ Edwards in Chicago. If you walk in the open market, okay, am I going to go into an organization that has two dudes in front of me that help me play the way I do? And do you think that there's going to be another organization where if I took, I thought he was going to be a player like, you know who Denzel Perriman is? Denzel Perriman, okay? Okay, Denzel Perriman, he plays for the Chargers. He's played 10 years. And he's a little dude. I mean, he's like 5'10", maybe. And he's played a ton of reps, but he is durable. And he's played a long time. He's like 5'10", if that. And he's a former Miami Hurricane. And I know him very well. He's he's a little dude. If you saw him, you'd be like, that guy plays linebacker in the NFL for 10 plus years. I talked shit on him when he first came into the league because I thought he was too small. I couldn't believe how small this guy was. I couldn't. I thought that Nakobe was going to be somebody like that, but Nakobe just hasn't been able to stay healthy. He just hasn't. I'll tell you this. He's really in Vic's system. He's got to also do this. If I'm his agent, I think Drew Rosenhaus reps him. I think Rosenhaus has him. I'm talking about Denzel. I think he reps Denzel. If you're Nakobe, do you really want to go somewhere else and do this? Well, let me go here. We'll get a bag of money here. And do you go like this? And does your agent say, how many more years do you think you have in the league with your health issues and your health? Do you want to stay in Philly and play longer? Or do you want to go somewhere else and play shorter? That's the decision he'll make. Me, I'd rather play longer. Some people would say, well, let me grab the bag of money now because nothing's a given. I get it. Okay? I get it. He's coming back younger than Bond. Why would he come back again, you're talking about a guy who's always injured. You can't build your future around people who are hurt. Dude, Carter is 25 million alone. Carter's 25 million. That is not happening. You might have to, you got to go. Jalen Carter's a $35 million a year guy, 32 million. He's in there. He may be playing like a $25 million guy, but he is the guy's engineering has nothing to do with it. AJ said he's playing and healthy for Monday night. Phenomenal. Great. I'm expecting a big game out of him. Silz, how much stock should we hold in keeping the Georgia Bulldogs together? It's a great take. That's a great take. Professor, let me ask you something. Do you think it benefited the Baltimore Ravens having Ed Reed and Ray Lewis play together like they played in college? You think it benefited the Ravens? They played together in college at UM. You think that helped them too? Ray Lewis and Ed Reed played together at the University of Miami. They kept them dudes together. At one time, I also think Bryant McKinney was also on that football team, and he played at UM with them. You think that helped those guys' growth as players? Having played together? Get this. Think about this. They played their entire college careers and their pro careers. I think Ed went to Houston for a year. I don't think it lasted. But those two guys played their entire careers together. Miami and with the Baltimore Ravens. That's how long they were around one another. I think that benefited them massively on the field. Yeah, think about that, Professor. Those guys played together, like in college and in the pros. They're very close. Well, then again, you're a Hurricane. You're close. We're all close. It's a tight-knit community. I had Mario Cristobal on my show this morning, and he does my radio show every Thursday at 11:30. And he's on with me, and he does it because we're Hurricanes. By the time Carter's extension would kick, the Eagles have $100 million in cap. That's true because they'll probably use that fifth-year option like they did with Devontae. He has 2 years of his rookie left before it could start talking about next year's space is funny. Actually, Nakobe Dean remember, Nakobe Dean right now has an opportunity to be a free agent at the end of this year, guy. Actually. Carter, wait a minute. Oh, you're saying Carter. Well, bro, we're not the ones talking about it. The Eagles are. Talking about next year's space is funny. We got to find why. How he does it. This is the position that you got yourself in with all those shitty Timo moves. Is it not? All those shitty Timo moves made it so that Howie had to make 9 moves as the season started. Shields, what do you think the end game is for A.J. Brown? He wants to be a Hall of Famer. I don't think it's important about him winning another. Well, no, I'll take that back. I do think it's important. To say that he doesn't want to win another Super Bowl is stupid. Okay? I don't want T. Higgins. I want a guy in the draft. Because then I get the rookie contract that you missed out on Justin Jefferson. Don't you guys get it? The miss on Justin Jefferson wasn't just that you missed on a great player. You missed on 3 years of a rookie contract, which would have given you the great player in the cheap base. You want to go T. Higgins and pay $25 million? I'd rather go in the draft, get a great football player, have a great receiver, put him on my football team, and have a rookie contract and have him cheaper at that position. The next couple of years, the Eagles have to get cheaper, guys. not more expensive, because there's certain guys you're going to have to pay for. Cooper, Carter. You have to pay for these guys. The extension potentially of Jalen Hurts. No one's even bringing that up. Every single contract for all these quarterbacks. Lamar Jackson's getting another contract extension. He'll have 2 contract extensions before Jalen Hurts gets another one. You got to think about that. Hey, get this. Hurts wins the Super Bowl, or at least gets there, or gets to another NFC title game. The number one thing you got to do is address your quarterback, not Jalen Carter. Get this, if no conversation anywhere in Philadelphia has brought this up, if Jalen Hurts does get to the NFC title game and you get to another Super Bowl, you're not dealing with Jalen Carter first. You're dealing with Jalen Hurts. That's 3 Super Bowls in 4 years. I think you need to look at it and go, yeah. By the way, and if Hurts gets to that Super Bowl and say he wins it, you got to pay him north of $60 million. You're not thinking about that. He's just not going to sit there at 5th. You think Nicole Lynn is going to sit there and those guys are just going to let another Super Bowl appearance not be rewarded with a contract extension and more money? I mean, Jalen Carter is not on my radar until I address Jalen Hurts. Okay? I mean, hey, let's, we got Jalen Carter to deal with. Well, yeah, well, if you guys are talking like you think you're talking, he ain't number one. Your fucking quarterback's number one. He didn't take a team-friendly deal when he signed that. He was the highest paid guy in the league. He ain't taking a team-friendly deal. Now, he may take it so that they can restructure the contract to help, like Patrick Mahomes has the best. Patrick Mahomes is like the 13th or 14th highest paid quarterback in the league now. But why doesn't that matter? Does anybody know why that doesn't matter? Do you know why that doesn't matter? Because look at the base look at the structure and base of the contract. It's for $450 million. Nobody has signed a $450 million deal. He's got more money coming to him than any quarterback. He's making $500 million. Sure, he makes 48 or whatever it is, 43. But though he's allowed he's given Kansas City a hometown deal by not redoing his deal. He's the one. Patrick Mahomes is a steal of a deal. You know why? They guaranteed almost all that $450 million. Why would he restructure? I'm getting $500 million. When he says, hey, I don't have to have the highest paid base. That's what he means, because he's getting $100 million. Okay? I mean, nobody has signed a $450 million deal except him. Take a look at the contracts. They're all $250, $300. This guy's got $450. It's just over 10 years of, I believe. So it isn't huge on the cap. No, they got a great deal with the Mahomes contract, Kansas City. When everybody saw that contract initially, they were all like this. Wait a minute here. This guy signed a $450 million deal. No one brings up, hey, yeah, he's not making the same base that Dak is. Dak didn't get paid the bonuses he did, and Dak doesn't have the guarantees that Mahomes has. Whose contract would you rather have? The 60? That's not really, guaranteed in any way? Or Mahomes' contract with $450 million, but almost all of that is guaranteed. Give me the $450. 60 I get. Nice money. Super. Mahomes got the deal. And I think Jalen sees that. Okay. Jalen's not going to sign a 10-year contract. It's not going to happen. I mean, I don't really believe anybody is. That's what makes that guy's deal special in Kansas City. Silz, does Mahomes? I don't know that. I don't know if there's a no trade clause. I think that no trade clause in Jalen Hurts' contract is fucking iconic. You get to control your own destiny. His agency and him gets to control. Like the Eagles can't just go, we're going to trade you. Okay, well, to who? The Jets. Yeah, no. Yeah, no. Okay. All right, friends. Pay some bills here. Hey, the number one injury law firm in all of America is our friends at Morgan & Morgan. With over $30 billion recovered for clients across the country, what makes them number one is because they service families and make sure that they are defended like no other company on the planet. Making sure you're rewarded for your suffering. This is exactly what Morgan & Morgan does. By the way, they don't get paid unless you win. Simple as that. John told you that yesterday. Do me a favor, the easiest decision you'll ever make in your life. Go to forthepeople.com/Big Silz or pound law 529. That's forthepeople.com/Big Silz or pound law 529. And do me a favor, you tell them Big Silz sent you.
This is Eric. When he got injured in a car accident, he called Morgan & Morgan. He not only gets a lawyer, he gets trial lawyers like Sam and Jessica who are in it to win it. He gets his own investigators with briefcases, leather ones. And if you ever have questions, our customer service folks keep things rolling. Injured? We're your army. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm.
Ignite your nights with free live entertainment daily, only at Live Casino and Hotel Philadelphia's Center Bar. 7 days a week, enjoy some of the region's top party bands, performers, and DJs as they take the stage in the heart of the casino action. Great cocktails, live music, and lively moments. It's all happening at Center Bar at Live Casino and Hotel Philadelphia. Visit livecasinophilly.com for more details and the complete list of upcoming events. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
This is Eric. When he got injured in a car accident, he called Morgan & Morgan. He not only gets a lawyer, he gets trial lawyers like Sam and Jessica who are in it to win it. He gets his own investigators with briefcases, leather ones. And if you ever have questions, our customer service folks keep things rolling. Injured? We're your army. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm.
Welcome to the Jet Setters and the High Rollers, to the Shot Takers and the Tastemakers. Welcome to the Viewfinders, the Thrill Seekers, and the Night Owls. Welcome to everything you could possibly want on one 5-mile island. Welcome to the Wildwoods. Book your stay today.
In our hometown, we all look out for each other. We go the extra mile to lend a helping hand. We step up to keep our communities going strong. And at Independence Blue Cross, we're here to keep you going strong. We've been deeply rooted in our communities for more than 85 years. And that connection to members has earned us our spot as the #1 health insurer in the region. So while you look out for your neighbors, know IBX is always looking out for you.
Your gut says Miami is going to win, and you should take the over. Your gut also said your NFT selfies would only go up in value. They didn't. But your head is on Sports Grid and knows the QB is in concussion protocol. The backup has a 45 QBR against the zone coverage. The New York D has the most sacks in the league. So yeah, trust your head. It's smarter to be on Sports Grid.
EAGLES. Eagles.
Wow. Paul DePodesta's out as the chief strategy officer in Cleveland. That guy is a well-respected dude, man. that is not going to speak well for Andrew Berry. I can promise you that. And obviously, when you work for a lunatic like Jimmy Haslam, you're taking all kinds of psychotic orders. So he's going to get picked up. That guy is a really good strategy guy. I don't know why he was in Cleveland. That was one of my guys, too, that I always go to, is Paul DiPodesta. He's a fucking great football guy. He's great in analytics and all of that stuff. So, guys, I appreciate it. We appreciate you very much. Obviously, a Football Friday, kind of different Football Friday because the game's obviously on Monday when they take on those Green Bay Packers. We appreciate all of you. Big Z, Joe, thank you. 2 to 6 tomorrow. God bless you. Hit the like button. We'll see you tomorrow.